Hello, everybody. Robert Green here at Nexus and Texas Esports here in Texas. We are doing the DC Deck Building Fall Championship 2019. We got a bunch of players out here at Nexus today, and we're ready to do it. Let me get our player base going on here. Anybody following along at home can always use our DC Deck Building /events/pairings link. See who we got here. Let me populate our player base here based on where they're at so you guys can see who all's playing here. We are watching the stream of the Table 2 pairings. This is a bit of a rematch of some previous games. We have the Alec and Parker May here with us at Table 2, as well as Jeff Ortiz and John Huff. Got that overlay updated for everybody, and these players are already defeated to one supervillain. I'm not sure who picked that one up, but we can take this and see where we go with it. All right, so it looks like our matchups are going to be Jeff on his classic Kyle Rayner, Captain Boomerang Trickster team. I just played this the other day to good effect as well. I posted about that in the Discord just yesterday. It really uses the synergy of Trickster. This guy is really looking for each time you would shuffle, you can just leave one on top. And then whenever you want to, you can teamwork. And the teamwork effect of this isn't really the reason you play it. The actual reason you go through it is because of Captain Boomerang. At the start of each of your turns, you can put the lowest VP value card from your discard pile into your hand. The reason this is great is because Trickster lets us go back through, and whenever we do shuffle, we leave one. So you can purposely leave very high VP value cards in your discard pile in order to pick it up with Captain Boomerang. And you can be as greedy with this as you'd like. Yesterday I was picking up everything from super strength to like a World's Mightiest Mortal type cards. So there's quite a bit you can do there, and it's a pretty explosive team. He has another 1 point of tier points sunk into Kyle Rayner. And the reason this guy can be good is at the start of your turns, you can reveal 3 cards and discard and then draw 5. But this can make you shuffle. And because it's a beginning of game trigger, you can see him doing it here. He just showed 3 and now he's going to shuffle. And that can be very useful for whenever you want to leave one card. You can boomerang it back to your hand because they're both start of turn triggers for Rayner, and it looks like he has left a phasing there, and it looks like he might be able to pick that up and make some good plays here. So you did see him pick that up there just off the side of your screen. That was his Captain Boomerang, and he's going to play it as his first card for a lot of power. He also had a Heat Vision we just saw there. Another great card for anybody looking to beat a stream of supervillains. Heat Vision is quite a good way to do it. He just used the exact combo we were talking about. So he revealed 3 cards at the start of his turn with Kyle that made him shuffle. And when he shuffled, he left one very good card he wanted. And then after he shuffled, that was the only card that's left for him to choose with Boomerang. So whether it costs 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 VP, even supervillains you can pick up with Captain Boomerang. And that is what makes this team very good. And because it plays a rainbow of cards, nobody can really cut you out of anything because you don't really care what you're doing. You just want powerful cards. Next to him, we have Alec May on another favorite team of mine, which is Animal Man Dr. Fate. Animal Man's just looking for 3 cards of certain colors, and Dr. Fate really just wants you to play cards that are in a sequence, but don't necessarily care about what types they are. So Dr. Fate, whenever you play 2 cards with consecutive costs, you get a power, and whenever you play 3, you draw a card. This just helps you either trigger Animal Man, or what I really prefer is you're just not type committed to anything. The client timer is there in the lower right for you guys. These guys are halfway through the round. And up next is Parker down there in the lower right. He's on the Simon Baz Wildcat team, which has become popular lately. Simon Baz, once during each of your turns, you play 3 different card types, draw a card. And it is nice to note that starter and weakness both count for this. So it can be quite easy to trigger Baz even if you're not doing a lot else. They've chosen to pair it with a 4 tier, which is Wildcat. This is whenever you play a punch, if you play a hero, draw a card, and if you play a villain, already draw a card. So Baz is just really trying to pick up a couple heroes and villains. And then we see right next to him John Huff coming out from Tennessee today. And he has the new Batman, our rebirth friend here. Sorry about that on the overlay. He has the new Batman. He's looking to defend or defeat villains. Defeat villains being only out of the lineup. So nothing on the supervillain stack and not just gaining otherwise. His other team he's chosen with that is Comedian. He's paired it with. He has Comedian here. When you pay 1 less to buy attack cards, and the first time you play a villain during each of your turns, you draw a card, which goes with his Batman, who's kind of interested in defeating villains. And then he also has Wonder Woman with it. And Wonder Woman is going to let him draw extra cards at the end of his turn whenever he does that. See if I can find that one for y'all here. There she is. For each villain you buy or gain, draw an extra card at the end of your turn. So Batman, he's able to destroy a lot of cards, predominantly starters, starting hopefully as early as turn 1. Wonder Woman lets him pick up an extra card for doing so, and then the Comedian will draw him another card for playing his first villain. So he is very villain specific with a slight dip into defenses because of the Batman Rebirth. I'll remind everybody about that one. He is here, Batman Rebirth, and he's just interested in whenever you avoid an attack or defeat a villain. So he does care a little bit about card defenses as well. And let's get into the game a little bit here and try to follow along and see what some of these players are going to be up to. It looks like they are on their second villain at least. Cobra showing up there on the super villain stack. I know Cobra can draw you a whole bunch of cards. Draw 4 cards, discard 2 of these cards. And then his first appearance attack is reveal cards from the top of your deck and discard any that cost 1 or greater. So really it's just getting rid of anything good you might have had coming. We do see Alec there in the top right of your screen playing a flash, signaling that he was able to defeat the first supervillain. That doesn't help him a whole lot with his Dr. Fate because you're not going to be pairing the 8 cost with much. But the sheer quantity of cards it's going to get him is so good that it's plenty good enough for the team. And Flash is probably everyone's, either number 1 or number 2 supervillain that they want to see in a game. He'll draw you 3, and then usually even early you have something garbagey like you can discard. There he comes for y'all. Mr. Flash himself. Alec up there in the top right also showing a heat vision, so there's clearly been a couple of those going on there. Parker here in your bottom right hand corner looks like he has a Simon Baz, a kick, and a solstice coming out there. And he is going to play that punch now and draw with I believe Baz and Wildcat. Only able to draw 1 with his Wildcat. Always a bit sad whenever you don't have the second type, but sometimes you don't have it, and that's okay too. You can see there he also had no options at buying a villain, so maybe there just haven't been many from the main deck this game, which is entirely possible. Yeah, it's very possible. All right, so let's see if we can't look at this. John Huff in the lower left-hand corner with double transmutation there. That's going to let him stack up some VP tokens for sure, and certainly clear out any leftover cards he has, because again, he does have a Wildcat player in front of him that's going to cut him out of villains. So he may not be getting as many to trigger his Batman with, but the transmutation should make sure he clears out his starters pretty well anyways. And Jeff gonna take a turn here. It looks like he might have got another shuffle from a Kyle Rayner. It's hard to tell what he has there that he's gonna boomerang back. I believe his deck's just slightly off screen. He is spinning his memory, so he is drawing those cards for Kyle Rayner. I can pull you guys up that card he's using is Eidetic Memory. Ongoing, whenever this card rotates upright, place 2 cards from your discard pile on top of your deck. That's certainly the payoff and what he wants to do. And each time you draw 1 or more, you rotate this. So he's using his Kyle Rayner to rotate this card, and eventually he'll be able to stack something back over. But it does look like he's just reaching for a Cobra, and you can see that phasing there. I believe that's probably what he boomeranged back just for a quick shot of power every turn. This is the card he keeps returning. It's phasing. It's a crossover 5 card, which is already great for Captain Boomerang. Captain Boomerang makes you return the lowest VP value card. So if you have a weakness, you typically have to pick that up. But if you don't have a weakness, you most often have to return a starter because they're 0 VP. However, Cryptozoic gave us these awesome cards that are worth 0 VP from Crossover 5, which is the Rogue set. And this was just a godsend to Captain Boomerang because you can pick these cards up whether you have a hand of a discard pile full of starters or not. +1 power for each card in your hand is typically going to be 5 power because the Boomerang card is your 6th card. You boomerang back the phasing, go up to 6, play phasing, and get +5 because it's 1 for each card in your hand. We saw him do that before, and he just did it again on his way to beating Cobra there. Certainly getting a pick up a card that says +5 power every turn might end the game pretty quickly. The new guy that came out, that is our Ultra Humanite. One of my favorite super villains. His attack, each player gains 2 weaknesses and puts them on the bottom of your deck. He doesn't even let you like do any of this fancy discard pile, destroy it kind of tricks. He straight up puts it into your deck on the bottom and just sits there and waits for you. It's a great supervillain first appearance attack in my opinion. And his play effect isn't bad either. Put any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your deck and then draw that many. It's just a kick and lets you recycle through your whole hand, which can be useful for some decks, and it just depends on what you want to do, you know. Looks like Parker is taking his turn again. It's a bit hard to see what he has. I know that's certainly a Simon Baz down there and a kick. We have potentially, I'm not sure what that other card is. It may or may not be a villain, the first card he played. There's his punch. He's going to draw 2 cards. So yeah, that first one is definitely a villain. We just can't quite make out what it is. There's a Solstice again. He's going to draw a card for that kick he has. Solstice and all of those cards are my favorite kind of cards because they reward you for good deck building. They're just not straight draw card type effects. They are, you know, you actually have to do it. It is a deck building game, and so you're rewarded for knowing how many of a card are in your deck and prioritizing the right kinds to buy down the road. We do see him picking up 2 more villains there and a kick, meaning he was at 12 power. And unfortunately for Huff, he won't be able to get any of those villains that Parker just bought. But of course, oh, and that's a blank he played there. So that villain we could not see was indeed a blank. That was good enough to draw him some cards from Wildcat, which is kind of a funny little quirk, but hey, it works, huh? Yeah, that works. Huff's turn here. We're not sure if he's going to be able to do much. Again, the villains are gone from the deck, but he does have his transmutation again. The more you draw the transmutations, the better they get because the less punches and starters are in your deck, so you see them more often. And that's always good. You see he's got 5 VP there. Every time he destroys one, he gains another VP. And potentially that can help keep him in the game, even though, oh, he's going to Emerald Knight the Magic out of the lineup for anybody that saw that at home. That was an Emerald Knight he played out of his hand. Remove an equipment hero superpower from the lineup, play it, then return it. And in the lineup, there is a Magic. And that's the card he just used, John Constantine. Choose a card you played this turn, play it again, and then destroy it. And you saw him quickly move a punch away there after he used his Emerald Knight, signaling he used the Knight on the Magic and then the Magic to replay the punch and destroy it. So he will quickly be out of starters if he's not already, but then Jeff just beat another supervillain on back-to-back turns. Probably be picking up phasing again and using Cobra. And this last supervillain, let's go and see who he is. That is definitely a Parallax. This is the Impossible Mode version. Yep, this is the Impossible Mode Parallax here. Each player reveal their hand, discard all cards with cost 3 or less. Looks like Huff has a defense there. Supervillain first appearance attacks. About 2 or 3 seasons ago, we actually had a massive ban and unban of supervillains. And the reason we did that is we finally had time to sit down and look at all of them and see which we thought were best or worst for the game. And this was definitely something we spent a lot of time on. And so now the supervillain stack's much different than it was, like, say, a year ago even, for Tennessee last year, summer. And then for, I don't remember if it was for Texas yet last year as well. But you will see there's some revamping to that. And so anyways, there's supervillain stack is quite a bit different now than it was even a year ago for anybody that hasn't commonly played with us. Looks like this will be the last supervillain. It's a 13 cost, and I believe between Alec and Jeff, they have bought them all. Yep. All of these players, between Jeff, Alec, Parker, and John, have each historically done quite well in DC deck building events. So wouldn't be surprised to see these players back on the camera again later today. And maybe we can see if Jeff keeps playing this Kyle Rayner team or not. But he has historically played it in numerous events. So anytime you get those crossover cards, it can do extremely well. If you have something from the rogues, again, those are those 0 VP cards worth quite a bit. Huff just played one of my favorite cards. She's a Flashpoint Wonder Woman. She's out of the multiverse. Draw 2 cards and then destroy a card in each lineup. The each lineup part is for a different game mode that was called Multiverse, which is the set these cards are from. We just have one lineup, so really you can read it, draw 2, and destroy 1 card in the lineup if you choose to. And then he did draw another one for his Comedian. He has Magenta, which is a great card. Also from Crossover 5, a beautiful card. It's a kick whenever you play it for 2 power, and then you can pay a VP and gain an equipment and put it into your hand. And because Huff, whenever you buy this card, you get 1 VP, so normally you can only use it once. But because Huff has the transmutations, he'll be able to abuse this card as often as he draws it. And one thing to note is you pay 1 VP, but you gain an equipment, so you can gain 2 VP cards with this for the price of 1 VP. It's somewhat kept in check by the fact that you need a way to gain VP, so by itself it might only get you 1 card. But if you do have something like the transmutation he has, you can start creating quite a good engine. And it puts the card directly into your hand, so it can be even more explosive as the game goes on, because it's like basically you choose an equipment from the lineup, put it into your hand, and continue playing. Well worth the 1 VP investment. You're always going to get a 1 VP card or better from it. And it looks like he has a slew of cards out there in front of him, and he's counting up some power. He may or may not be able to beat a supervillain here. It's hard to tell exactly how much power he has, but he just ripped it off the edge. So I'd say he definitely just gained a whole bunch this turn. He did pick up the Parallax as well, another 6 VP, and then he paid VP for the thing, which will cancel itself out. But he still has 4 VP tokens. So these players are going to start counting. You can see your lower right-hand corner of your screen. There's still 17 minutes left in the round, so these players finish the game basically in 40 minutes, which is not bad. Yeah, they finished the game in 40 minutes, which is pretty good. So for the Swiss portions, these players are playing 4 rounds of Swiss today. They have 1 hour for the draft and game, and then in the top 8 single elimination matches, your draft is untimed, and that's because the draft can be a very strategic element to the game, and you're allocated quite a bit more time to do so in the top cut, either the top 8 or in the case of today, the top 4. And any of y'all in the chat, just let me know if the mic is too loud or too soft. The lighting, we again continually try to work on this. We hope the cards are pretty easy to see. Whenever we kick on our other 2 floodlights, all you see is the reflective bright lights of a card. So we did work. This mat's a little bit darker than the one we used last time, and these sleeves just seem slightly less reflective, so we chose to use this cube. You can definitely tell the light source is mainly coming from the left side, so we do apologize. Some of that's drowned out, but it does look quite a bit better than it did last time we streamed. So hopefully it seems a little bit brighter to you, but we did the best we can. Sometimes those sleeves are just a bit too reflective. But these players are going to get a count. I'm sure Jeff ran away with the game, although sometimes it's hard to ever know exactly what happened. But he does have 3 supervillains showing. So we'll get a count from these players and then let you know. Hey everybody, we did have that final count from the game. Jeff did take it away with 44 points, and Alec was in second. Dr. Fate Animal Man in the top right there with 36, and then Huff bought the last supervillain and did end with 30 points. And then Parker really didn't have much of a great game, ending with 16 points. We'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes for round two. I think the other tables are finishing up already. For anybody else still here with us, Glider took down 2 tables herself as well in the hands of Tim and Seth. So picking up 2 quick wins for Glider. Hey everybody, good afternoon again. Robert Green here. We are back for round two. I got the overlay updated with our players for round two and gonna fix this. Show where we are with that as well. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get this up here. Lenny and Tebs, glad to have y'all with us today. It is a nice day here in Texas and hopefully great also wherever you guys are as well. Thanks for having us on today. Tebs, glad to hear you guys enjoying your Flash comedian up there in France as well. This is Josh Warnick in your top right there. John Huff. Huff was here last round. Looks like he's again playing the same Batman comedian Wonder Woman. He just bought the last supervillain last game and ended in third. And one thing they were talking about after the game, for anybody still with us from last round, they thought maybe he should have magicked the magenta and paid the extra 1 VP to get the computer console, which is a 2 VP card. Because at that point there was only one supervillain left. The game was probably ending soon and you may not have another chance to do it. And it was the possibility to cash in basically 1 VP token for a 2 VP card and put it directly into his hand. It ended up not mattering, but it's always one of those where potentially it will. Jaden down here in the lower left with an interesting team. Baz, Boomerang, Blue Beetle. I guess Simon Baz can pick you up to your 6th card. Boomerang will pick up to your 7th card to let you Blue Beetle and draw immediately. Blue Beetle needing 7 cards to draw. Andrea in the top left, Superboy, Stargirl, and the Flash. I guess she wants to buy all the superpowers she can to trigger that Superboy, and then because she'll have bought them all, Starfire is able to draw her a card. That's nice. Josh Warnick in the top right, just off your screen there, you can see Darkseid, and no doubt Deathstroke is right beside of it, just off camera. So Josh looking to play a turbo game. Vandal Savage there, the top card of the supervillain stack. Just an ongoing 1 power. Nobody can really complain about that. Sometimes if the game goes too quickly, you don't get as good of an effect out of it as this. But anytime you get stuck in a long game, the incremental advantage of Vandal Savage definitely adds up. It's maybe not as good as the Flash, but it does have its effects. There are some sub-themes in the game that are interested in ongoing cards, and that can be one of them that can do quite well for you. One fun card in the lineup right now, the Ancient Map. You see it there in the 4th slot. Another ongoing. This one's pretty interesting. We had a situation 2 nights ago where there were 2 destroyed Ancient Maps, and a player had Batman, which lets you play 3 equipment from the destroyed pile. Unfortunately, the Batman also makes you put them on the bottom of the main deck before getting to use them. So the player was quite distraught. They could not destroy their 2 Ancient Maps to pick up their discard pile, although that was the closest we'd seen to that so far. I believe once Shapeshift comes back, this will be a much more common occurrence. Shapeshift currently banned right now because of the player in the bottom right-hand corner, John Huff. That was his Player of the Year card to choose to ban for 1 year. And it will come back to us on January 1st of next year. Jaden Crawford there in the lower left. He is here visiting from Arkansas. And glad to have him. He's typically been a Alan Scott Beast Boy player. And since the kickstack nerf says the team just isn't quite as good anymore. So you see he's moved on to alternate strategies. And one of the great things about DC deck building is you need to be open to alternate strategies because there's only one of each character in the game. Unlike other trading card games, maybe like Pokemon, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, those kind of things, each player could potentially bring the exact same deck to those events. In DC deck building, you don't have that luxury. And if all you do is come prepared with one combo and somebody takes your team away from you, you may find yourself misplaying and stumbling through rounds of an event that you otherwise shouldn't be. So, that's one of the things that help keep the game fresh, but you need to be well versed in multiple main characters and their interactions of how they work. So, unlike, say, a game of Pokemon where you can just learn your team inside and out, in DC deck building, there are no such luxuries. You often have a much more difficult time perfecting your play, and because of that, it brings in a new strategy element that some players aren't always necessarily accustomed to. Let's see. We got John Huff taking his turn here. Scythe is an attack which just really is interested in starter cards. Not often considered the greatest attack, but it does. They will gain a weakness if they don't have a starter. Early in the game, he's just buying it because it triggers his Batman, Wonder Woman, and Comedian. But if you do have a team that destroys all of their starters in the first, say, 10 turns, the attacks from Scythe can really be quite annoying. Late game, you've sculpted a great hand and just so happen to not have any starters for one reason or another. And you can find yourself picking up some weaknesses quite quickly. We do have one change that was made, not too many seasons ago. The weaknesses now stay destroyed, so we may revisit that rules change later, depending on how the seasons go. But so far, players are happy with it. There was a time before, if you got a couple too many weakness attacks early, it was very difficult for a player to come back. And now, if somebody does have a few weakness givers, it can actually hurt against them. This happened several times to us over the last few days. The weakness stack runs out and you're left with a bunch of 1-power cards like Poison Ivy that might give a player a weakness, but once the stack is out, you're really you have a deck full of punches and you can still lose those games, whereas before they might have been a bit more out of reach. Andrea in the top left of your corner there, she's playing an X-Ray Vision, one of my favorite cards, of course. Just a great way to get value out of a card. She's looking at a Brother Blood there from John Huff. Nobody can ever give up on a Brother Blood top deck. No doubt she just grabbed a quick 4-power there and ended her turn. That also gives Huff a little bit of information that his top card is a Brother Blood if he has a way to draw it. Josh Warnock, you saw there in the top corner, just quickly played 3 punches, bought a kick, and destroyed it. He's basically turboing through his dark side team here. And that's a pretty common occurrence to where the players can kind of destroy cards, buy cards, and go through those kind of things. All right, let's see what John Huff needs to do here. It looks like he's already played a slew of villains, and he did pick up that Brother Blood that was on top of his deck. We see it there in play on his side of the field. He's going to buy that Killer Frost, which is a villain. Again, that's going to trigger his Wonder Woman, and you saw him peek at the top card of his deck there just to see what Batman, if he wanted to destroy or not. He may be running out of starters by this point, so we may not see him destroying with Batman quite as much, but early on, you can almost be guaranteed to destroy the top card of your deck every time you buy a villain. Jaden proceeded to take his turn. He can, nothing to boomerang back, unfortunately, which is a bit annoying. Every now and then you do have to shuffle. Again, missing that trickster we saw it paired with earlier, but perhaps next turn he'll be able to boomerang a card, use Simon Baz to draw, and then draw with Blue Beetle, which is the combo he's trying to do. Andrea with a Pandora. This is a very interesting card, and similar to the card that Murdoch just unbanned, which is Pandora's Box. Pandora's Box is this one, which was one of the players with the most games last season was able to choose a card, and we invited them to unban something. They picked Pandora's Box. This card gave me multiple headaches over the weekend so far, and it's really only the middle of the day on Saturday, so that was quite a bit. Her Pandora, though, this card has been legal for quite some time. Occasionally, this card can be 1 power if the lineup's just all 4 or 5 drops, whatever, and quite often it can be 6 power if the lineup is just all different. It's a pretty swingy card in that regards, but can also be very good. And it does combo with her Flash, which lets her add cards to the lineup. So if anybody should have that card, it was good of her to pick it up. That is quite a thing. Flash out a card, it has a cost, and then maybe play your Pandora and get an extra power because of it. There's lots of little intricacies for the game just like that. And really, one of the best things about this game is it's made up of a lot of 2 main character interactions. And you need to find those interactions. And if you find 3 of them and your opponents find none, well, maybe you have just a slight edge over them, and you can pick up the win. Matt, glad to have you here with us. What's going on? All your friends here visiting from Tennessee. They said they miss you, and they'll see you soon. Gonna post this link in Facebook as well. All right, sorry for anybody with that, but we got that straightened out. Again, I'm Robert Green. We are here in Texas, and this is the Fall Championship. We have quite a few championship winners here today, and quite a few not with us. Just a little bit too late of some pre-releases with Magic. Those players were up till about 8 a.m. with some crazy prizes on the line, so who can blame them? But we did lose even several championship winners to that one, so good luck to those players, though. Hopefully they did well. I didn't actually hear the outcome of that, but I understand they were up quite late. For anybody watching, those cards to the right there, that's 5 stacks. The main deck would have been the 6th stack, and typically the way we do it, divide the main deck into 6 stacks, and then everybody shuffles all the stacks together and you roll a dice, and that can help randomly determine the main deck. These players do help shuffle every cube every round, so we do try to rotate the players amongst the tables and shuffle each cube. Harvest just came out, who is a beating of a card. Nobody ever knows how a 10 cost can be so brutal, but these 10 cost impossible mode out of Crisis 4 really push the envelope on impossible modes, and you see a lot of players gaining some 2 weaknesses here and there because you gain 2. One, you destroy a hero you control, which would be an ongoing hero. There's very few of those. And you destroy a hero in your hand. Okay, maybe some players do or don't have those, but if you do neither, you just gain 2 weaknesses, which is pretty brutal for a 10 cost, because there's some 11 costs that just have you like discard a card or maybe gain 1 weakness. But these Crisis 4 impossible modes really push the envelope, and even some of them we had to just outright ban because they were too broken. Here's one of them that was just crazy. Impossible mode Simon. Each player destroys 2 cards in their hand and passes every other card to the hand on their left. OMG, you want to talk about like resetting the game. Clearly you're going to destroy your 2 best cards because you don't want to give those away, and then you're going to pass 3 starters and weaknesses, and this card just really like flipped everybody's game upside down. And ultimately we decided it was not great for the game. If nothing else, we're trying to end within an hour, and this card might just destroy supervillains and reset the game basically. So this one is not legal, but this just shows you the power level of those Crisis 4 supervillains, and they were pretty much through the roof compared to what we were used to before. We see Josh up here in the top right. He's a local player from Texas, often found here at Nexus, and he's on his dark side team today. He fell short in round 1, but the teams were very close. We see him going with that typical dark side plan again, where they buy the kick, destroy it, and get a bunch of power. This team does love to turbo down a kick stack and can be pretty good at it. If they don't get the supervillain, they can often just buy cards and replace them anyway, so not a problem with that. One of the large changes recently was we made it much more difficult to deal with ongoings. There is a card that just got bought, was Jinx. She's one of the few ways in the deck to deal with ongoings. There used to be a lot of targeted attacks, but we are getting quite a bit of negative feedback from players regarding the individual target attacks. We removed them all, and now Jinx is one of the few ways to remove ongoings. But we do see Jaden in the lower left with that ancient map. We did see this again earlier, and we can look at it again, but ancient map really just every turn you can mill the top card of your deck. It's often a starter or whatever, some bad card you don't want. If nothing else, you just take a peek. If you like it, leave it. If you don't, get rid of it. And Huff down there with a Scarecrow. This is one of the best weakness attacks in the game, one of them I was talking about before. It's really just a 5-cost kick, but its attack is each foe gains a weakness. This style of attack used to be just really good, especially when the weaknesses would go back. But now, if in the event they do, the kick stack runs out, maybe you can come back and get a few grounds. He was able to defeat the supervillain that turn, though, and now we have a Batman coming out to see us. This is one of the Forever Evil lines. You destroy an equipment in your hand or discard pile, and if you can't, you get a weakness. So these players going to be losing some equipment, unfortunately. This is the exact card I was talking about before that lets you play the cards from the destroyed pile and then put them on the bottom of the deck. So you can't get too much value from playing this card over and over, but can be quite nice. Jaden looks like he's just plowing through cards over there, able to destroy quite a bit. You did see him pointed as Simon Baz, and he just did his ancient map there we talked about. That's where the players are just signifying to each other what they're doing and how the game's proceeding. Sometimes when people play this online, some things can take a lot longer because you can't see people's hand movements. It's just a little bit slower with the mouse and keyboard. Can be a little clunky, but once you get the hang of it, there's quite a few people in the Discord group often playing this game online as well. And we have done online tournaments, and we'll certainly be expanding those probably starting next year. They do take quite a lot of work and effort from people, so it does take, typically a tournament can easily last, 12 hours if you have quite a few players, which is a large commitment. So we try to give you guys high quality events for those. Andrea, you see flashed out an abracadabra using her flash character. That's the slang they've adapted, is to flash the card out. That's why you see her lineup has effectively 6 cards in it. He just scooped up a whole bunch of cards. So whatever she did was definitely quite powerful. There's that Vandal Savage we talked about earlier. She now has an ongoing +1 power. And there's her Pandora. She's counting up costs. She gets 3 more power from that. And it looks like she just has a handful of cards. Nobody really knows from what, and she bought a supervillain with it. This will be their final supervillain at the 30-minute mark, so these players are moving and abusing. That does look like a Blackfire Impossible mode. This is another one of those famous Crisis 4 ones, so we know she's immediately given out 2 weaknesses. And at this point, the weakness stack might be running out. We don't know. This one affecting superpowers. So you see Huff there on the lower right tossed a kick and gained a single weakness, and several other players gaining 2 weaknesses. We might be seeing that weakness stack run out here real quick. If you start getting too many of those Crisis 4 supervillains involved and a few attacks. Darkseid doing his thing of buying a kick and blowing it up. And you notice there he did, Josh destroyed a weakness, and you saw it go to the side there. That's like I mentioned before, those weaknesses stay destroyed, but historically they would have went back to the stack. We used to use that impossible mode rule, but it could be a bit too oppressive in some games. Fastest Man Alive coming out. Definitely one of my favorite cards. It's a 5-cost draw 2. There are many 6-cost draw 2s in the cube. But all of those are basically 2 VP cards. This one is a single VP card and is highly sought after. You see it lasted in the lineup about all of half a turn there. It flashed out, or it came out after Josh Warnick's turn, and John Huff picked it up with his Harvest, using the power of those supervillains. He was able to gain both of them and put them into his hand, so that's why you now see him playing them and using that Harvest to good effect there. You see him right there. He just played that Fastest Man Alive, which he gained earlier in this turn with Harvest. These players are all pretty well versed in what they're doing. We've been testing much of the last 24, and for some of these players, 48 hours straight of DC deck building at my house. We had, I think, like 12 people this weekend, give or take. It's hard to keep track of everybody, and sometimes people are going everywhere getting food. So there was just, if you walk through the house, you might trip over at least 3 beds. Just be careful and enjoy your time. There's that Scarecrow attack. Let's see if the weakness stack runs out here. It's got to be getting dangerously low, so I can assume there's not many left there. But there's still at least 1 on that stack. There's his Brother Blood. There's his Scythe. That's the attack that has you reveal, so you see everybody showing the starter there. Um, if you don't have the starter, you would gain another weakness. But I think those players are more interested in destroying weaknesses right now, so everybody still has plenty of starters. He did buy the last supervillain on that turn as well. And now these players are going to be counting down VP at the 26 mark. So they turboed through that game in all of about 35 minutes. And we will be back in just a minute with the final count. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is round 3. Robert Green in the booth. Had a couple issues with a different table start of this round. Sorry, I've been away from the stream for a minute. We got round 3 action. This is your table 1 players. Looks like we got Seth Kirkman in your top left on Simon Baz Blue Beetle Swamp Thing. He's not showing any locations yet, unfortunately, but the game is still early. Justin Nolner right next to him with King Shark Killer Frost, one of my favorite combos. I'm sure we'll see some great plays out of that. The lower right, Alec May. We've seen this team in some form or fashion quite a bit. Rebirth, Batman, Comedian, and Flash. And right next to him, Golden Glider. All right, so we'll be able to see what these players are up to today. Looks like still very early in the game. They are showing the Flash. So again, we talked about that before. A great supervillain. Yeah, thanks for that, Matt. Appreciate you pointing that out to us. They did get that flipped over, and they're good to go. Justin Nolner looking at a very expensive lineup. Unfortunately, maybe not a lot of options, but I'm sure he is glad to see a Dr. Shyvana just for a little bit of power here. A lot of times that's what Killer Frost is looking for, is just some amount of power to turn that VP into something useful. You did see him. He didn't have any superpowers to get there, but it was a kick for him, which is sometimes good enough. Looks like Alec May has flashed out a high-tech hero. Sometimes a great card, but again, one of them you need to build around, and maybe not necessarily something that a Batman player is looking for. It can be great at 3 power, so he does go ahead and pick it up just because it's a little bit cheaper. You see him pointing there towards his Flash. He did get it for the reduced price of 2 power. And there are actually quite a few defenses that can trigger Batman that do work well with the hero. There's some very good defenses in superpower and equipment. Some other notable cards in the lineup. There is a Mind Control hat there, and also a Mirror Images. Some great playable cards that way. Sorry, that's the wrong mirror gun. This is the Mirror Images. The Mind Control hat with the Plastic Man does give some options for anybody that wants to do that long-term plan of try to Plastic Man the Mind Control hat. It's like we said before, the draw 2 is often a 5 or 6 cost ability, depending on the VP of the card. This one already has 2, so really you just tack on 1 more power for a great attack. The random attacks are very good, discarding a random card. And every now and then you might pull off this Jarvis Tetch thing, although, again, it will be much better once Shapeshift comes back. Shapeshift is one of the most combo-rific cards we have, and he's currently banned right now, but Shapeshift is able to have all card names, and so combos quite well with the Mind Control hat. We do see Alec go ahead and pick up a villain there, so he's going to reveal with Batman and destroy that punch. As I mentioned before, early game, you're probably like 90% to hit, even if you have good cards in your deck, just because you have so many starters. Even without a way to stack cards, you can pick up some different... You can often hit a starter early game with no way to know what's on top, just because the percentages are on your side. Tim back on his glider play. He did get first place with this in round 1. So he's looking for anything that lets him play cards he doesn't own. This can be anything from like a Granny Goodness to Emerald Knight and those kind of effects. Anything that lets you play out of a lineup, an X-ray vision that can let you play out of your opponent's top of deck. These are the kind of cards Glider's really looking for. I've played my fair share of Glider, and you're never like excited to just buy normal cards. I'm always wanting to turbo down supervillains, so I go for the high power cards and don't really try to play much of a long game. Seth picked up a green arrow. This probably he's gonna try and turn it into a 5 VP card. You just need at least 4 other heroes in your deck, and then it's quite a powerful card. You pay 5, it's a 5 VP card. It's pretty much the most cost efficient things in the game. There used to be 10 VP potential cards, but we've removed all those. They just sometimes were a little bit too swingy. These green arrow and utility belt type cards that require certain conditions, where at least you need to build your deck around them a little bit. There we see in a power ring. This one's the Red Lantern power ring. And there's a whole slew of power rings. I don't know how many, maybe like 10, 11, 12 in the game now. They just keep making them. Another great one is Globe of Transportation. Globe being a very good card. These players being 15 minutes into the round and haven't even defeated a supervillain, but all the tables have still been going very speedy, so it's entirely possible that they stay on track and start turboing through the stack. And we just have to kind of wait and see. Sometimes you just never know what's going to happen. Let's see what goes on here. Him scooping up Globe and a Man Bat. He must have had almost enough power, just one short. I'm sure he would have loved to have grabbed the Flash there. So all signs indicate whatever he was doing ended up being 9 power. You see the players right here, they're rolling dice. That's to randomly determine these cards discarded from Justin Milner's Mind Control hat. Always good whenever you're dealing with random numbers, just use dice. Some people will just say, okay, go ahead and pick one, but that's not usually random. Human tendencies are anything but random for the most part. Alec down there playing his Plastic Man copied that Aquaman's Trident. So he'll be able to stack stuff on top of his deck, one card of his choice. It can be nice because it can speed you up. And that is a teleportation that came in the lineup. Great card. It's only a 1 VP card, which can be a little bit discerning, but the fact that it gains you any card and puts it directly into your hand is pretty much amazing. So ignore the 1 VP. This card should probably only isn't 0 VP because of Captain Boomerang Maybe they didn't want people picking this up every turn, so they tacked 1 VP on it. But it's certainly more like a 5 or 6 VP card. Tim racking out a whole bunch of power there from his glider and scoops it up, signifying the impact he expects that card to have on the game. The main deck is historically full of amazing cards, and getting any of them for free is pretty good. So nobody can really blame him for that. Seth up here in our top left looks like he didn't trigger his Baz. He's got a single hero and a handful of starters. Unfortunately for him, he won't be able to do his Baz or his Blue Beetle because Justin had them do that random discard as well. He was probably a good bit off, and his Swamp Thing so far has not netted him anything as far as I'm aware. I don't believe they've seen a single location this game. Justin Nullner with a great card in Tar Pit. This card is amazing, and normally this card is somewhat fair because it's one of those crossover 5 cards that gives you a VP when you buy it, and then you use that VP on something. But Justin Nullner has King Shark, which is going to give him a VP every turn, so he can continually abuse Tar Pit to destroy a card in his hand and discard pile pretty much every time he draws it. And you saw there he was gladly willing to pay a VP to destroy those 2 Vulns on top of the destroyed pile. He's going to go ahead and play that and destroy another Vuln. Also a great play with Killer Frost. I'm always willing to make that play. Find some card in the lineup that can somehow destroy a starter, and I'm more than happy to spend a turn and a VP doing so. He did pick up that Mirror Images, and that card can be annoying sometimes. It really wants you to have duplicates of costs, and sometimes it makes you play the game in a certain way where you now need to value 4 and 5 costs maybe instead of certain particular costs. Verdant did come out, so here's our first location for Seth. This is a great one for him to have, and it looks like maybe it was immediately tucked away. Oh no, it's put on top of his deck. Okay, so Alec will draw that. Seth can't use it right now, but potentially for the rest of the game he can. The worst nightmare scenario for Swamp Thing is when players can replace locations in the lineup. There's quite a few cards that do this, either replace them or destroy them. Here's one, for instance, Sonic Siren. Destroy a card in the lineup and replace it. These cards are Swamp Thing's worst nightmare, and if you see them as a Swamp Thing player, you have to buy them no matter if it means not defeating a supervillain, because this really, these type of cards totally destroy your 2 tier points spent on Swamp Thing. For now, that's not the case. Tim's got a cold gun and freezes the super strength and then buys the supervillain. Excellent glider plays, no doubt, I'm sure. You do see both Seth and Alec have VP, as does Justin. And that's because Tim is playing Golden Glider, giving out VP pretty much every turn to get that powerful effect and draw a card. And it does seem like it's paying off as he picked up the first supervillain. The next one to flip out is Mordru the Merciless. Discard a card cost 3 or greater. So you saw Justin Nullner lost his Mirror Images there. Alec May just lost his Verdant, which he's probably not too sad about because it does keep Seth from gaining an advantage from it, although I'm sure he'd preferred it not to happen. And you see Tim has a discarded kick there, as does Seth. Those cheap supervillains just kind of supposed to annoy you and bother you. The 9 costs especially aren't supposed to be back-breaking, so discarding a 3 cost, not the end of the game. Like I said, slightly annoying, but hey, life goes on. Justin Nullner picking up a 4th VP. 4 VP is always the worst spot to be with King Shark, because that's when you stop getting the free VP every turn. And that's can be annoying. So anytime I'm at the 4 VP stage, especially against a team worker at the table, I'll often be inclined to spend 3 VP to gain 1 power, just because it's I like that advantage, and I don't want to feel like I got nerfed a little bit. You do see that laughing gas passing out locations. Sorry, not locations. Weaknesses. Left and right. This is a great card out of Rivals 1. It almost makes the whole set worth buying just for this card. It's one of my favorites. It's amazing. It's basically the 6-cost Scarecrow, and it's worth an extra VP, so that's totally fair. But again, it just giving out weaknesses. You see Tim rolled in for his Golden Glider there, and he's going to pick up a Super Strength. Oh, he refroze the Super Strength. He couldn't quite get it, and you see the players clap there. They're a bit happy he had to refreeze it instead of buying it. Looks like a Nax coming out of Seth up there on the top of our screen. Draw a card, and then later if he attacks somebody, he can destroy, but we think his turn got potentially hurt there quite a bit, so not a great pickup. Justin Nullner here going to draw a card, and we might see him pay some VP again with his Tar Pit. Yep, he's fished out 2 of them. More than glad, like we said, to normally this card isn't as great for everybody, but because he has the King Shark, it's really good for him. But also because there's a glider play at the table, this card's really good for like almost anybody. They'll all be more than happy to pay a VP to destroy even 1 starter, and for sure weaknesses. That's just straight gas though whenever you destroy 2 starters. Gorilla Grodd hanging out there. This is one of the most efficient cards in the game. 5 cost for 3 power. We do see Alec pick that up pretty quickly there. It just came out really at the end of Justin's turn, and he bought it up pretty much immediately. But this is one of the most efficient cards in the game whenever you can pay 5 power for 2 VP. And then it's worth 3 power, so fairly efficient card, and they don't get much better than that. Tim down in your lower left just teleportationed out a nice ongoing defense for himself. This is the card that he gained with that, and I believe he'll just be letting it hang out in play most likely for the rest of the game. There's his flash. This is probably going to be another great turn. And he has a defense for if he defeats the supervillain, because the force field is an ongoing defense. We can only assume he has a whole bunch of power. We don't even know what all he did here, but it's a lot. And doing another teamwork here. Pulled out a Grant Wilson off the top of Justin Nullner's deck. That counts for heroes, and I know he has at least 1 in there, possibly 2 or 3. And then because he played a card he doesn't own, we're going to see him draw a card here for his troubles to play that Grant Wilson. Like I said, it's at least a 3 power Grant Wilson. It might have been more. I'm not entirely sure. I guess it's not quite 9 to get up to what he needs to, but not horrible either way. Oh, maybe he did have plenty and he just wanted to buy the lineup instead. Seth with another ugly turn there, only able to buy a 2-cost card. He would have loved to pick up a second green arrow. And very unfortunate for him, his hand was absolutely garbage when that flipped out. Getting a second green arrow for him probably would have put him actually in the lead this game, even though it appears like he's behind. If he would have been able to trigger 2 green arrows, I'm sure his worries wouldn't have been many. This is a 4-player game predominantly, so first and second do get points. By the tiebreakers, first place is 4 points and second place is 2. So don't think just because somebody has a real hot start that you're completely out of it. It's still worth trying for that second place finish. Now we see Justin Nullner picking up that green arrow, and he's going to pay that 3 VP for 1 power so that he can buy those others. Now he all of a sudden needs to get a whole bunch of heroes going as well. I believe he's done with this turn here, and we're going to see what Alex got going on. Alex starting off with a Vicky Veil. That's just a quick little cantrip card there for him. Draw a card, nice and easy. These cards are great. I love to pick them up anytime you have spare power, just because it's 2 power to draw a card, so it's always going to replace itself, and it's worth a VP. So they're also extremely efficient. It's very hard to pay 2 power to get a VP in this game. He does have his Aquaman's Trident and high-tech hero down there. It's slightly off screen, but it does let us... We're actually going to try to get those main characters shifted up just a little bit more so that we can see where those are. And now there's a second ring came out in the line. That one is the yellow lantern ring. Yeah, that one's the yellow lantern ring. We just get Alec to shift his cards up. That'll give us a lot better view of what he's doing. And he did buy the supervillain, so I'm sure his turn was excellent. Although Alec just bought it, and the next one looks to be Terra. This is the non-impossible mode artwork, I believe. And everybody's reaching for 1 weakness instead of 2. That's a telltale sign it's not the impossible mode. This is another one of those ongoing supervillains, which some people really love and some people really hate, and sometimes it just matters what team you're playing. Yep. Alec had to lose his Gypsy, which is a bit sad. Terra makes you destroy a card you control. And he had to lose his Gypsy, which is one of the promos. And Gypsy's pretty cute card. It lets you draw a whole bunch of cards whenever you rotate it. And once you rotate it once, if you give it the type, if you name starter, then you can usually just start spinning it quite a few times whenever it starts triggering off of starters you have. So I'm sure he's not too happy to lose that, but he'd rather lose that than his Verdant. Yeah, Seth Kirkman is able to use that Verdant because he's Swamp Thing. So that potentially will help him get something going and maybe give him a way to get rid of some of these weaknesses. We haven't seen, outside of the supervillain stack, another way to get rid of these ongoings just yet. So nobody has an attack that'll get rid of it. It's just going to start generating value for both of those players. There goes the first ring. That was a red lantern going to Tim, so he might come back for that yellow ring next. The rings are all multiplicative from those sets. They have the star VP values on them, and as you get more and more of them, they grow multiplicative. So he only has 1 VP from the current one, but if he picks them up, then they're both worth 2. And the other players have to be aware of that as well, and you don't ever want to let somebody start getting their 3rd or 4th ring unless you just want to, you know, kind of just assume that you're not beating that person. We do see Seth grab that yellow ring, possibly for that same reason. He just doesn't want to risk that Tim is going to get too many more of them. Justin Nullner with Killer Frost. There is a Flight Wings in the lineup, which we can certainly destroy with... This is a great card to Frost. You can just put all the cards you buy this turn on top. So if that sits there, I'm sure he'll be more than willing to do that. He may have something tricky in his discard pile for the Plastic Man. We just saw him riffle through there. He could have some tricks for that. I can't assume he'll go for the Phantom Zone Projector unless he really just wants to destroy a card. It's possible, but like I said, if there was no better option, I'll do this. You see those players rolling dice again. That's that mind control hat making them discard. And Tim in the lower left defended with Airy One. A kind of interesting defense from crossover 6 that deals with rotating cards. It's a mechanic that doesn't come up much, but like with the Gypsy we just saw, it actually can matter here and there. Justin Nolan are going to shuffle for his tar pit again. A little bit annoying whenever you have to shuffle your tar pit because you're probably shuffling away cards you would want to be paying to destroy. So we may or may not see him pay a VP here, and it looks like he's not going to destroy. And his laughing gas comes back out. Nobody's happy to see that, except him, of course. He's more than happy to give out a stack of weaknesses, and that's a lot of power. He is going to play that Flight Wings, as we mentioned before, and that's probably going to give him enough for Terra. He has a stack of power in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe he's only at 10 power. We recount that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has exactly he has 12 maybe even. He might have had one more than he needed. Yeah, it's laughing gas. And he also had the kick. He had enough because the other one next to it was a kick. I believe he had exactly enough for that. And then he can put it on top with the Flight Wings. And I'm not sure if he put it on top or not. But occasionally that can be a very bad thing to do just because of the supervillain attacks. Yeah, occasionally you don't want to put it on top just because of the supervillain attacks there. In this case, each player destroys a hero in their hand or discard pile, and the Terra is a villain, so she's safe, but there is quite a risk to putting supervillains in your hand if you don't know you have a defense coming. Alec May looks like he's doing more Batman tricks. He picked up that Ocean Master out of the lineup and destroyed another starter. Tim, with starting out with Flash is always a great place to be with Golden Glider. Anytime you start your turn that way, you can figure it's probably going to be pretty good. These players got to take some time to shuffle a lot of decks here to see what kind of a card we're going to get. But again, with his Golden Glider, he gives out a VP to play their top card, but then because it's Glider, he gets to draw a card. And phasing is also in the lineup. We saw this back in round 1, and it came back to haunt us again. +1 power for each card in your hand. I believe that's Golden Glider in the picture. Yep. So those two supposed to synergize there. And Golden Glider just being a 3 VP 7 cost card is very efficient. So in the event you can't buy the supervillain, nobody can really fault you for picking up a phasing. Glider likes it because she just wants to draw a lot of cards, and we're going to see Tim pick it up. This gaining of VPs whenever you buy this card is a trigger, and you can miss it, so you do see these players pretty quick to perform that game action before they do anything else. It looks like he had maybe 10 power, maybe more, but not quite the 13 for the Green Lantern supervillain. Seth should be able to, yep, he's going to Verdant away a weakness. That's pretty good. Unfortunate for Seth, he hasn't seen anything except one location all game. But potentially, if a few more come out, it's still early enough. He tried to name with his dead man there, and unfortunately missed. Not really sure what he named, but it's basically name a card, and if it's that type, you get the extra power. He may or may not have hit, we're not sure, but yeah, has a slew of power here. Quite a few just kick-like cards. Reaching for the Plastic Man, the Phantom Zone Projector, and a kick. That's 3 VP pickup, so nobody can really fault him for that. Yep. Justin Nolner on Killer Frost here. He has some great options again. Yep, he has, there's a Riddler out there. Sometimes if you're Killer Frost, you can just like riddle a lot of stuff. If you happen to have some random power, if there's nothing better to do in the lineup, which in this case, there's a few kick-like cards and those kind of things. Yep. There is a Zaz out there. That's one of the attacks that gives out weaknesses. The girl power is frozen, and the frozen tokens don't actually stop Killer Frost from doing what she wants to do. So if that card were cheaper, he could just destroy it if he wanted to. But the girl power does cost 1 extra. Frost will only do up to 4 costs. But that is a fun, cute interaction sometimes. If somebody freezes a good 4, I'll just more than happily use Killer Frost to play it and blow it up anyways. Some people don't always understand that interaction. Just because it can't be bought or gained doesn't mean it can't be destroyed and played and all these other things. Red Lantern Corps starting off with a destroy. So that nets Nolner a quick 3 power to start off his turn. Captain Adam's going to pick up the Zaz. That's why he didn't play it. He just wants to pick it up and put it straight into his hand. Yep. Yep. Mirror image is coming out. He's going to have to shuffle, which is very annoying whenever you play this card and you have to shuffle. It's pretty bad also because now you don't have a card to return. But it's still a draw card, and it's, you know, it's better than nothing. Looks like he hit a water control off of it. Nothing special, it's just a defense, but it's a kick in this case for him. He's got so far 3, 4, 5 power. There's the attack for 6, 7. He's going to reveal the top cards. If it's odd, you're going to gain weaknesses. So Seth picking up another one because he had the kick on top. Bit unfortunate for him. He's kind of getting overly beat up this game. Yep, Tim defended with his ongoing defense. Yep, and then Alec May did reveal a punch for that. He's going to frost away the giant growth for a villain. So that turn he gained the card to his hand and bought the villain, which is legal because he didn't buy it. This is a Mongol. Impossible mode. Destroy 1 location of each cost. So Alec May lost his verdant. And the other players, if you have none or defend, you gain 2 weaknesses. So Alec lost 2 VP but doesn't get any weaknesses, and then the other players really just get 2. It's a bit unfortunate for them, but that's how the supervillains go. And Justin Nolner going to defend with his acrobatic agility. Pretty cheap defense, but pretty timely in that case. And he should for defending. We're going to check on. We're just going to check on that to see if he defended that attack or if he defended the Zaz. It was kind of hard to tell if which one he defended there. Yeah, we think he defended the Mongol with it. Yeah, a bit unfortunate for him. Sometimes those attacks are super sneaky. Yep. Alec proceeding with the rest of his turn here. He's got his high-tech hero he bought way back when. Yep. All right, so going on to Tim's turn. He teleportation. I didn't quite see what he got there. I think it was a dead man, but I'm not really sure.
Animal Man.
Oh, it was Animal Man. That's what it was. Thank you. That was an Animal Man he got from that. This one? Yep. Yeah, this is what he picked up. There we go. This cares about all of his different types. So he's probably going to play this and hopefully try to generate as much as he can. This also triggers on weaknesses for cube play. So if he has any of those. And so far he's just shown superpower, equipment, villain, and the starter doesn't count. He's spinning the old globe here. He's going to get him an ongoing that can draw him a card. Yep. And he got a weakness, which will count for the power, like we just mentioned. This is quite a bit, and it looks like it's enough to buy it. Dustin Nolner is going to hate if he gained 2 weaknesses for nothing, but because Alec May immediately played the attack after that he probably could have defended instead. We don't know how the count's going to end up, but Tim making Glider look pretty good here. He started with the first supervillain and ended with the last, so we'll have a count before long. Good afternoon, everybody. Robert Green back here. Sorry, we had quite a bit of judge stuff going on there. The first 20 minutes of this round, it was several calls at some other tables. So back in the booth with y'all, and we are watching the last round of Swiss before the finals. This is table 3, I think we're watching here. These players are out of contention, but still going for points and everything else. So should be a good game. Looks like Michael White is on this Green Arrow, somewhat of a Bat-Cat type team. He's using Batwoman and Catwoman there, trying to just get a whole bunch of villains and get some rotation going. Don't know if he has quite enough that he can keep going with, but there's 2 Royal Flush Gangs in the lineup, and that's certainly the type of card that I want to see. I love Flush Gang decks, especially if I can just have about somewhere around 10 cards in my deck, and the only thing I buy is cards that draw cards, and you just start chaining VPs off of Flush Gangs. That's another card that will get better once Shapeshift is going on. Matt, you're asking about the next Tennessee tournament. I'm guessing it'll be January or somewhere. I think you guys did one there a year ago or so too, so we'll check on that and probably get it added to the calendar here before long. All right, we're gonna see what these players. Andrea's in the top right. She's also came here from out of state. She's on the Swamp Thing, Nightwing, Shazam, and unfortunately, I don't see any locations here either. Swamp Thing is not being kind to players today. It is a pretty big investment going with 2 tier points. And sometimes it pans out and works great and you steamroll people, and other times it doesn't and you wonder like what's really going on. So that's kind of part of the balancing act there is, you know, is it worth dipping into? And lately it just seems like it's really not. I just myself can't personally have any luck with it, but it's been played a whole bunch at my house over the weekend and did pretty well here and there. We saw Parker here earlier today with this. I believe he was on the same team. Let's take a gander and see if he's ever. Parker played Baz Wildcat in round 1. And he's probably looking to hopefully have a better game. He didn't pick up a win in that one. But it is very hard to win them all, as they say. Teps, you are correct. January 1st, he comes out of retirement. And some players have asked us to do some type of never ever bannable, non-bannable type thing and put Shapeshift in there. So I guess we'll see how that goes, but you guys can let us know what you think of that. Everybody's excited for him to come back, and I think it's like, what, 2-3 months now, basically? He'll be back before long. We're well over the hump of missing Shapeshift. And I actually wrote an article on Shapeshift like 2 years ago, and for the last year it's been kind of a lame article. But maybe I'll just post it back to the top after that, and everybody can get excited about it again. Josh Warnick here in the lower left playing on Power Girl Weather Wizard. This team's done quite a bit at the last tabletop tournament. And players can do a good bit. Looks like he used it to defeat Supervillain too, so that's well worth it. And he has an ongoing defense for what looks to be Simon Supervillain. That is our guy. His first appearance is choose 2 cards and then pass everything else to the left. This is kind of the exact opposite of that impossible mode we saw earlier where you destroy 2 and pass everything else. This guy lets you keep 2 and pass everything else. So that it looks like we see Parker defend, and depending on your hand, sometimes this attack's worth defending and sometimes it's not. If the player that's passing to you is doing extremely well, it can be worth it to not defend this attack just to get past some good cards and to pass off some garbage. We do see Josh Warnick defend there with a crystal shield, and the other 2 players, Michael White and Andrea, pass some cards around. Matt, you don't like that Suicide Squad, huh? Actually, the guys were talking about that this weekend also, if anybody would ever bring that one back. So we'll see. It's a lot harder to pull off because you're not 6 cards out of 100 like the main set was. But with Shapeshift and Magic and plenty of other cards, Magic Clone and all of these guys, it's not so hard to do. But yeah, the Suicide Squad was originally one of my favorite cards, and then as the deck gets more and more diluted, it's just harder to pull off, and it can turn into an expensive kick. You see Michael White there in your top left. He keeps rotating those villains with Batcat. Batwoman, whenever you play a villain, you rotate a card, and then Catwoman, if you have some 4 villains rotated, you gain the top card of the main deck. Granny's a great pickup for that. There's a T-Groff coming out. Possibly he destroyed or replaced that card. And probably not the greatest turn for him overall. He would have loved to pick up some more villains, especially the villains that draw cards. Like those shapeshifts can be really good for Batcat teams because they draw you to your other villains. The whole idea is they're wanting to gain cards from the main deck, so you need to play any card that says draw a card on it. And preferably ones that don't discard, but if you have to, so be it. Life goes on. We know everything that's going on here in this game now, so I'm going to step out for just a sec on a judge call. I'll be back with you. Okay, guys, we're back here in the booth with you. Picking up not too far off the other one, Josh Warnick's turn. He's playing the Control Freak. That's his first supervillain that was bought this game. It's actually one of the fan favorites. It's just +3 power and draw a card. They had a fun little mechanic in Teen Titans Go that dealt with sidekicks. And sidekicks isn't really a thing in the cube, so you can never have one, which means you just draw a card. I think it's a close call between Control Freak and the Flash as to which players think is the best overall, but I'd say he's probably one of the top 2. Players even like him better than Roz just because drawing a card just helps you beat more villains, even though Roz helps you see himself more often. Base set card out there right now. From base set, it's Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn can be very annoying. Sometimes all I want to do is power through my deck, and whenever people make me put punches back on top, it just bothers me. Her attack's not great, but still worth picking up for a Batcat team because he can discard the punch to Green Arrow and buy the Harley Quinn for free. It basically makes your punch worth 2 power, and yeah, we see him pick that up, and he's going to flash out another card, which is a Clayface that also costs half. Clayface typically costs 4 and now costs 2, and we see him snatch that up. and he's gonna kid flash it again. And it's another flush gang, so there's been a lot of flush gangs going around this table. I don't know who ended up with the others, but they may be happy if they can keep getting things. Matt, we're actually have some people working on how to make sidekicks a thing in the queue. It's not necessarily something that won't ever happen. They're just having a lot of trouble figuring out how to balance it. And specifically, what does having a sidekick mean, and is it too different from the game? There's a lot of players that play this game, and we try not to do too much crazy stuff to distract them and all that. I will be back here in like 10 seconds. I have to run out for just a minute. I just stepped out for a brief moment there to get him to spin that lineup around for us. It makes it a little bit easier for all the viewers at home to follow along. Of course, the players don't mind much, but Cassie's been sitting out there. If anybody starts getting too many equipments, she can get to be extremely great. She can be her own super strength +5 type card. It's very easy to make her just +3, which is like Power Girl level. So sometimes this is one of those cards, again, you need to build around, but if you go into that specific type, in this case equipment, you can often build with this card and get tremendous amounts of power out of what might be a 5 cost. And there goes Simon in the hands of Parker May. It looks like he played a slew of cards there and drew for Baz and Wildcat. That looks like a Hellspawn. I believe it's the non-impossible mode that they've flipped. Let's see what they're up to here. Actually, they're discarding cards, so I'm sure it actually is the impossible mode. It looks like quite a few players' hands just got wrecked there. So they got hit with the impossible mode. That's the one each player discards 2 cards with the highest cost. And you see them showing their hand there to prove that those are the highest cost cards in their hand. Kind of a fun attack. Again, not giving out any weaknesses, but certainly will stifle your growth early in the game. And, you know, it's about the mid game, so they're halfway through 30 minutes into the round. Looks like Michael White has a handful of cards. His turn might be quite good. Josh Warnick up here playing 4 power, just picking up a defense. Not always the worst thing to do. He teamworked with Weather Wizard for that 1 power they were showing there. But I'm interested to see. Michael White has a whole stack of cards in his hand, and if he starts discarding this punch, he can probably pick up those other 2 villains out there pretty easily. We'll see what he gets into here. He's going to start his rotation. The Batcat team really loves to see an ongoing, and he just hasn't had a great chance that I've seen to get one. Much easier to achieve the Catwoman side if you have an ongoing that you can rotate. It basically means you need to play less cards every turn because you already automatically have one rotated. And because the ongoings are so hard to get rid of, it's kind of a good strategy and can pay off quite a bit if you ever get them. And he keeps replacing in the lineup because he's using the Teen Titans Go Kid Flash. Every time you gain a card from the lineup, you can flash another one out, as we keep using that term. In this case, it's a different Flash that's doing it. It's a Kid Flash instead of the Crisis 4 Flash. That's a mash coming out of Andrea Young up there in the top right corner. His attack is pretty annoying. You have to put the 0 cost on the bottom of your deck. Bottom of deck's often a place that can get lost. So those cards can be harder to keep track of than cards on top of your deck. And if somebody's not necessarily paying attention, you might forget what that card is and need to know later, and you can't really remember what it is. You just know it's the last card. Looks like Parker's reaching for that Cassie. He's happy to pick it up as a hero deck, and he just bat signaled it right into his hand. Bat signal Cassie's a great combination because she'll trigger off the bat signal that returned her to his hand. So he has a whole slew of power down there just off the side of the board. Hard to signify if he's showing he has enough to buy it and he just is choosing not to. Maybe he just came up a little bit short, so it looks like he's undecided on what he actually wants to take instead. And I guess it could be because he bought the Cassie, so he can't buy it. That was what I missed earlier. He bought the Cassie and then bat signaled it back to his hand, so he couldn't actually even defeat the supervillain. So that was probably he was saying he had enough after all that. But that's one of the rules in Cube. If you buy from the lineup or the kick stack, you cannot also defeat the supervillain the same turn. Our ancient map is back again. Excellent card. Hope they make more effects like this. I love anything that says, let me pick up my entire discard pile. Yeah, the Iron Heights is not great for Swamp Thing, just because pretty much Swamp Thing only lets you have the locations on your turn, but since you never really get attacked on your own turn, it's like one of the worst locations you can see a Swamp Thing. You control it, which Michael White would like it just so he can buy it and rotate it and leave it rotated like it's an ongoing. Mike would love to get his hand on that map and the Iron Heights for those two reasons. Just rotate them and start going crazy with Catwoman. Josh Warnick down there in the lower left with a whole bunch of superpowers, able to pick up some punches with that Power Girl team he's got. It looks like he's deciding on magic. He may have been in a situation where he's destroying a lot of his starters, which can just happen, but can be fairly annoying whenever you're Power Girl, because you don't always want to destroy all of your punches so that you can try and get some free Weather Wizard activations or something to return. Looks like Josh contemplating over that Royal Flush Gang, and I think Parker just taking a check at the stack there. I believe there are still 2 unrevealed supervillains. And you are allowed to check the count of the supervillain stack, you just can't look at it. Looks like Josh is going to go ahead and pop that punch with his magic. Yep. Again, like I said, he's just contemplating that decision more than somebody else would because he needs them for his Power Girl. Otherwise, she can be kind of nerfed if you destroy too many of them. Mike White here is probably going to try to go for those 2 ongoings, although it really depends on what's in his hand. Hard to say until we see his line of play here, but he might be looking for those ongoings. Again, you see a couple people have some VP tokens they're building up. That's all mostly coming from Weather Wizard's teamwork ability, I believe. There's a Shadow Thief that returned him a card. So he returned a card with his Shadow Thief and then immediately rotated his own thief. Most likely a punch, so that if his hand was like amazing, he still has a punch for Green Arrow. And he still has a stack of cards y'all can't see just off the screen, so I'm sure he has plenty of options and has to make sure he plays these pieces in the proper order. Picking up another villain just to make sure he can keep rotating things here. I believe he's grannying the Bumblebee, and if he does that, he's going to gain it. It's a very sneaky way to gain cards in the cube. They just basically go to your discard pile. You can only do it with an ongoing that allows you to discard it from play, and that's what he did. He just played the Granny, which let him play the Bumblebee, and then he just sacrificed the Bumblebee for power. I'll pull up Bumblebee here so you guys can all understand what happened there. Once he played this, it won't go back until the end of the turn, and then he just discards it for power, and it goes to his discard pile because that's where discarded cards go to. And he also picked up another ongoing there, so he gained 2 ongoings, even though he left the 2 in the lineup that I originally talked about. He gained 2 cheaper ongoings. He got a Bumblebee and a Detonator. Both still plenty capable of being rotated by Batcat team to gain some cards. Andrea picking up a Pyro, but it's pretty late game. Amnesty Vase she'll be happy to see because now she can start using that every turn. Once during each of your turns, reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, put the lowest cost into your hand and discard the others. It's not great. Like sometimes, yeah, sure, it mills your cards over, but forget that part and just assume that it's just giving you a 6-card hand every turn. Even if what you pick up is a punch or a Vone, like maybe you can do something with it. There might be a time travel in the lineup. Maybe you can destroy a card in your hand. It's just a pure card advantage. So I'm willing to use it pretty much every turn, no matter what's in my deck. I might not if I knew for sure, like the next card or such and such. But either way. Yeah, Crazy Clown. Shadow Thief is legal. And Blade, I'll get you a link for the standings. I'll post that in the chat for you as well. Standings and pairings are available online all the time. Pretty much all of our stuff is on the net. Shadow Thief, I'll talk about again for a second though. Shadow Thief is an interesting card, just because the ruling we recently made that talks about, 1 second, I'm on my wrong mode here. Yeah, 1 second. Need to close this out. Sorry about that. I flipped out of the scene there. All right, back to Shadow Thief. So Shadow Thief is legal, but really what it does is you can put a 0-cost card from any player's discard pile into your hand. And why that's relevant or worth talking about is we have a rule that you can't use this ability on cards that are not yours. So whenever it says from any player's discard pile, if you can choose yourself, you must choose yourself, and this card will let you choose yourself, so you can only take from your own discard pile. So it effectively says put a 0 cost from your discard pile into your hand. So we're currently watching table 3, And some of the interesting stuff is going on kind of at table 1 and 2. And amongst those 2 tables, we'll see 4 of those players back again next round. And so that's why we chose to give you guys a little break from watching all of them too many rounds in a row to concentrate on these guys. Looks like Josh Warnick picking up his Royal Flush Gang there. I don't know if he got the other one or not, but if he does, it's kind of worth digging to with his Weather Wizard. Just because if you start playing more of him, you gain lots of VP. Again, that little 2 dice there, he teamworked, and that's what that 2 is showing on that yellow dice beside of him. Looks like he's interested in picking up one of these locations, but not entirely sure which is the best one. Probably would have been a little bit better for him if he could have put it straight into play with his Power of the Green, but I'm not sure if he had the power at the time to do that or not. I wasn't actually watching enough to see that. This is just Power of the Green, but I don't know if at the time he could have purchased it without this or not. Would have been great if he could just put it straight into play. Mike in the top of our screen with an attack from Neris. Each foe discards a card cost 4 or less. All these days of playing trivia pay off once you start looking at cards in off the camera mode where you get to see 5% of the image. Warped Fate, don't ever give up on Ozzy. He's been seeing some play here today, and last round he was just like a few points away from picking up the win. So he's being paired out there with, I believe it's the Ozzy St. Walker team that he saw some action with today. I haven't seen Tim much, but every time I have seen, he's been playing Glider and winning with it. So Josh Warnick, the guy in the lower left right now, though, he did play Ozzy St. Walker last round, and he said he was quite impressed with it, and he would have won except for that. I got to step out. Okay, so basically what that all was about, if y'all saw it there on the camera stream, Michael in the top left played a series of cards, and they were just curious about clay facing the Nereus and what he could choose with the clay face, and you said, yeah, you can choose itself. So you replay the Nereus, which triggered Batwoman again, so then he could rotate 2 cards by doing that, because he rotates one for the Clayface and one for the already rotated Nereus. And because it didn't leave zones, it retains its attributes, so it stayed rotated, allowing him to trigger his Catwoman, and Catwoman revealed and gained him power armor off the top of the deck, which is pretty much an amazing card and about as good as you can get. Yeah, power armor is about as good as they get these days. 3 VP card, and it's pretty much amazing. Lets you destroy whatever you want, anytime you need to. And while I was out and about, Martian Manhunter also popped up. This attack's kind of interesting. This lets you discard a hero. It makes you discard a hero and a villain, but you only get penalized if you discard no cards. So you can discard hero or villain, but if you have both, you must reveal your hand and discard. You don't have to reveal your hand unless you only discard one or the other. Then you have to reveal your hand to prove you don't have both types. So it's not quite as punishing as it could be, where maybe the Martian Manhunter Impossible mode would say discard a hero and a villain for each you don't gain a weakness, or something to that effect. And with 10 minutes to go, I think there is still one supervillain buried underneath this one, although I'm not entirely sure, and not really worth disturbing their game to find out, because we'll know soon enough. It looks like Parker May again stacking up his line of cards here, and he is plastic manning that bat signal to get Cassie, which we talked about before, and draw a whole bunch of cards. So the last one that came up, I unfortunately didn't catch what that supervillain is, but if anybody saw it, I was momentarily distracted there. If you just shout out in the chat what that was, I can pull it up on screen. Otherwise, it's definitely a villain, so not the hero type. And I'm guessing it's a 13 cost, but maybe a 12 cost. And should be, looks like Josh Warnick is going to town here with his, he also has the control freak there, we can see. Andrea is on Shazam, Swamp Thing, Nightwing, and she has a stack of VP going on right now, but unfortunately the locations haven't been very kind to her this game. Mike White up here in your top left, looks like he's devoid of many villains this turn, which normally you'd rather all 4 of those cards be villains. That's an X-ray vision, so perhaps he can get something with it. Again, even if you see a villain off of that, you can still play it. That's a heat vision from Josh Warnick that he might be interested in playing just to get the power. And it does look like he does that, and he destroyed a weakness. There's a power ring. That's the one if you reveal it's worth 3 power. And Mike White's going to pick up that Amnesty Bay, and Kid flash out another ongoing and pick up a Grundy. The Grundy will let you put it on top of your deck whenever you gain it, and his discard pile and deck are off the screen, so it's hard to know if he caught that trigger or not. It looked like he kind of scooped. Oh, it is in his discard pile there. I think he probably just scooped it up a little bit too fast without knowing. Yeah, Fate, that was kind of crazy that he like bought the location and then flashed another one out. Maybe the percentages are starting to catch up with him just because it's like their third location this game. Which is a bit sad. There's that mash back. Hitting players up. It's like I said, that attack's slow and steady and can be very annoying. It just slowly adds up. A little bit of incremental advantage here and there, but otherwise it's just a punch. So it's not my favorite card, but hey, if you Shazam it, you just play it because you have it, so why not? Andrea is trying to cover up Swamp Thing complete with VT tokens before the end of the game. And it looks like she played a Clayface, and she chose something in Parker May's discard pile. I'm not entirely sure what that was, but she played the other Rivals version of the Clayface, which isn't nearly as broken as the first one because I always assume my opponents have bad cards in their deck. And this one makes you only pick one that costs 4 or less. If anything, this is the fixed version of the original Clayface that can replay supervillains. They maybe decided that was a little bit too broken. Who knows? Somehow they came to the decision of this card, which is still very good, but not nearly as good as the other. And Andrea is going to town with the Riddler. She's picking up a Killer Frost there, and she's got enough to go again. And she picks up a Water Control. Both cards pretty fun there. Hard to tell if she riddled those or Shazammed them. I'm guessing she Shazammed them, but time will tell. That was the Riddler. The Riddler lets you do the Shazam ability for 3 power, except you don't get to put it on top of your deck the way Shazam will let you do so. Looks like Parker is going to take his turn. Plastic Manning again. It's hard to tell what that very bottom equipment is in his discard pile. But Plastic Man is cute with his Wildcat because it's kind of like he did that, but he didn't. There's his Impossible Mode Hellspawn. That's going to let him play all the cards of a certain cost in the lineup. It's hard to tell what number he chooses. It looks like he's picking 5. Playing the location is unexciting because it returns right back. He could do something like magic it if he wanted to just blow it up, but he'd probably rather just magic the other card in the lineup. Like he might just rather magic this Tigroff. And we have to step out just to see because we're going to discuss this. I'll be back with you. So Parker's question there actually was in the middle of resolving Hellspawn, and the location, I'll pull it up for everybody at home. Arkham Asylum, whenever you play your first villain on each of your turns, draw a card. He was asking if there's any way that the Hellspawn will draw him a card, but the answer is no, because the Hellspawn plays it and then returns it. And once it's returned, the Hellspawn has finished resolving and is considered played, but he no longer controls the Arkham Asylum, so he doesn't have that ongoing effect. And so he decided to do the play we talked about, which was magicking the T-Groff to make him basically discard. And then promptly ended the game anyway. So we're going to let these guys get a VP count, and then we'll figure out who made it to the finals. And we'll be back with y'all shortly. Stay tuned. Hey everybody, Rob Green back. We're about to start the finals. After the Swiss, it was Justin Nollner in first, coming out of Tennessee. Tim Rothwell in second, coming out of Indiana. Alec May from Texas in third, and Hunter Fitzgerald's out of Indiana in fourth place. I'm going to get this overlay going, and the players are in their untimed draft right now. Okay, so Tim wants everyone to know he is super salty that he couldn't draft first because Justin Nollner played Glider earlier today, so he can't assume Glider will be available, so he is grudgingly playing Darkseid and probably Deathstroke. He said had he been first pick, this would be a Glider final for the win. You guys can't hear it's the table banter, but typically the top eights in the finals, there's quite a bit of table talk amongst the players during the draft, compared more so to the Swiss rounds when players may be more inclined to just play their favorite combo or what they know. There can be quite a bit more trying to counterplay or better draft. Could be something Hunter's trying to do here with his Baz, potentially taking Wildcat or another 4, trying to cut off the villain team that Alec is representing by taking Comedian and Batman. Batman does have a defense element to it, but it's usually not as good as the villain element. So most players force Batman into a villain role, and so Hunter potentially trying to take Simon Baz and possibly Wildcat to counteract that. Tim doesn't really care. He's just looking like he's going to be a Darkseid Deathstroke team. And so that leaves us to see what Nullner is going to do. Typically in the Swiss portions, the clock is already running. But for the top 8 and top 4 matches, the draft portion is untimed because of that. There's a lot of jockeying for position there. So you'll notice the clock still showing 0. We'll give them the full hour for the game. I believe in Tennessee, like 2 months ago or whatnot, our finals draft probably took 20 minutes. It was a lot of fun though, so those are allowed to be untimed. There's a lot of table talk and jockeying. And there is also a lot of shuffling. If you've noticed, Hunter basically hasn't stopped shuffling since this draft started. So it looks like, as expected, Justin Nullner did pick up that golden glider away from Tim. Although we never really knew if he would actually take it away from him or if it was just the act of threatening to do so was enough. These players are going to get a starting lineup, and they're looking at Vandal Savage, and they are underway. This is the finals. We are at Nexus Esports in Waco, Texas. And coming at you guys from another sunny 100-degree day in Texas. And all these players say it is too hot here. I guess they're from much more northern climates than we are. And they're actually in a fall time, whatever that is. We don't really have fall in Texas. So anyway. These players getting their first couple turns underway here. Him picking up an X-ray would have been a great glider card, but of course he just took it away from his glider opponent, so that's fair. And we're gonna get off to a teamwork on turn 1. That's gonna hit Tim. Historically they just do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a 1 or a 2 is gonna land on the player to your left, 3 or 4 the player opposite you, and 5 or 6 the player to your right. He might be able to hit this X-ray vision, which would be bomb-tastic glider hit on turn 1. And it's a Vone, unfortunately. You saw Justin pick up a quick card there. That's drawing for the golden glider, playing another player's card. Black Lantern Green Arrow, I can't imagine will get much love this early in the game. Yeah, this one deals with letting people destroy starters, and that's probably not something you want anybody to be doing this early in the game. that might just sit there for a while. The detective, I'm sure anybody would be glad to pick up. It's a great reveal defense, and I'm sure the first person that spikes to 6 will grab that one. There's also a Gorilla Grodd in the lineup, and that's again just like the Power Girl we saw earlier, just an efficient 3 power card for anybody. And of course, Alec May can use it to destroy with Batman, and he's going to flash out another card which replaces it, which is the same thing but as a hero in Power Girl. Exact same card, just the hero version. And you see Tim there picking up that Sinestro power ring. And he looks like he got hit again on the teamwork. Got a punch out of it. We'll try to take note and follow along and see how much of this VP stacks up throughout the course of the game here. So far, Tim's been hit twice, so he might have brought his own dice for the finals and didn't even let us know. Oh, Justin's going to play the 6 for the world's greatest detective we discussed earlier. Like we said, anybody'd be happy to have it, and Glider was just the first one to spike to 6, so sure, why not? Hunter's got the Riddler, which is a villain, to give him a draw off of Wildcat. And picking up a 3 power hero for the other half of Wildcat is exactly what he wants to be doing. And there's another Sinestro Core power ring. This is the same one that Tim got before. It's just a simple discard, but, you know, it doesn't hurt. This is the Nereus attack. In the beginning of the game, it's very marginal. Most likely they're just going to discard a Vuln, but every now and then you'll catch a punch with it. In this case, all 3 players did discard Vuln, so probably not a lot of bonus there, but towards the end of the game, this attack might add up to something. You see Alec pick up another villain there and get another easy destroy with Batman. Like I said in a few rounds ago, the Batman has an extremely high chance of hitting even early game with no way to set it up. I actually prefer to play it with Deadshot as a way to stack what I want to destroy, but it's working out here for him, and he says you don't even need a way to stack. Tim probably wouldn't mind picking up that detonator right now, just because it is a destroy card. And he literally hit 3 Vulns off of his X-ray vision, which is a very poor, unfortunate X-ray. So he just played a player's Vuln. And yep, like we said, he does get the detonator. It's just another way to destroy a card, which is going to trigger his Deathstroke. That is actually bad for Justin Nullner, who has an extremely high chance of teamworking a Vuln. And we think he realized that and decided not to. He remembered that those players had so many Vulns, and he is deciding not to teamwork them. He's not even sure he wants to try to just draw a card. Yep, it does look like he is not going to go that way. The one card out there from Confrontations, this one's kind of fun. It's a telepathy. You can discard and then draw. This is just a great way to cycle out vulnerabilities from your deck too. You're more than happy to discard them to the trash and be done that way. Looks like Hunter's going for some draw cards here. Oh, this is his Oracle turn. Okay. Yep, he had to reveal the top two and draw one and put the other back. He's gonna pick up, looks like 2 cards there for his troubles. Not bad at all. That's our first power ring. That's a real one. That's the White Lantern. And this one has an asterisk VP, so it does combo with those Sinestro core rings we saw earlier to be worth an extra VP due to its VP ability. That's an Arkham Asylum flipped out there. We saw this a few rounds back. It's the one, whenever you play a villain, you can pick up a card. So probably going to be great for Alec May if he can get a hold of it with his Batman villain deck. Looks like Tim's considering blowing up something with Darkseid, but he's not sure he wants the power spike just yet. There is, I think, a lot of players that will destroy every turn with Darkseid, and that's possibly not the proper way to play it. And then there's some players that kind of throttle their rage, so to speak, and aren't necessarily too trigger happy to just destroy every turn. And there's another glider hit. Yep. Get a quick deck cut, and we're gonna see what we get with glider. Hopefully it's not that X-ray, but you never know. Oh, he gets his ongoing. Now that ongoing is gonna sit in play until he wants to use it, at which point it will go back to the top of Tim's deck. Typically that happens at the end of the turn, but in this case the ongoing can stay there theoretically for the rest of the game and deny Tim that free destroy trigger with Deathstroke. And so he trench coated the X-ray vision. That was probably a mistake on Tim's part to destroy. But he does destroy and give him back his ongoing. I'm not sure I would have destroyed the X-ray vision knowing there's a glider player in the game with a trench coat, but it's possible at the time he did that information, like he may not have had the trench coat yet. I'm not entirely sure when he got it. There's the Riddler back again. Hunter quick to pick up that Element Woman who combos with both halves of his entire team. While you play it, it's a superpower, equipment, and villain, so he needs only to play Element Woman and then a punch to draw 2 cards with Wildcat. Making it a great pickup for him, and he's happy to play with that card in his deck. This is the attack from Nereus. Basically discard a Vaughn again. It's any card, cost 3 or less, but for most players it's pretty much just a Vaughn. Nolner may have his reveal defense here, we're not sure. Tim just gonna part with a Vaughn as expected. Yep, he does have the reveal defend for Nolner, and Hunter lost a punch, which means his hand got significantly worse. Losing a power early can be pretty devastating. Now they lose another card, and now they destroy a starter. So now they've lost kind of like 3 cards, except for Nolner, who has revealed his defense for the 3rd time this turn. But Alex successfully tore apart their hands quite a bit. Dustin Nolner again with the revealed defense on the power ring for his 4th defend. And Hunter clearly distraught, losing 2 punches and a Riddler so far. Definitely annoying. Tim gonna buy and destroy to ramp off of the dark side Deathstroke and pick up a White Lantern power ring, which can let him start recycling that destroyed pile, maybe to a little bit of benefit. And it looks like he's gonna let that detonator sit there until he needs a power spike. Remember, he gets that 1 power for destroying with detonator due to Deathstroke. Nolner having a great turn there. He bought the location, put it into play, and was able to benefit off of it immediately. That's a great use of Power of the Green, which is one of my favorite cards. That's the one. Put a location from your discard pile into play. So he played some cards, got some power, bought the location, and then played the Power of the Green from his hand to put it directly into play and get the 3 power for controlling 1. And he'll probably look to do that a few more times this game if the situation ever presents itself. Hunter getting basically a look at a fresh lineup. There's his Power Girl for 3 power, but remember his hand kind of got destroyed this game, so this turn. His hand is probably very bad. Luckily, he at least was able to turn it into 1 VP, although those attacks were very brutal. Cheetah's a fun free card. Attack with the Vein, or sorry, not attack, but just to destroy with the Vein. And it's possible he's going to reach for that Gizmo just to try and destroy again. Yeah, he may just be interested in destroying again. Yep. He's going to trigger his Batman and take a minute to shuffle there. And it's always fun when they reveal the card they just bought, which is exactly what he did there with Gizmo. And he's going to pick up another kick with the rest of his power. Grid and Vibe are both excellent for the dark side player because they're 2 costs that he can destroy and ramp with. So you're almost never upset to see those. Yeah, buy it for 2 and destroy it for a bonus power. And draw a card. There's his telepathy to get rid of a Vone and draw another punch. He turned that hand into quite a bit of power. That's why the dark side team loves those 2-drops. And he's going to pick up a bit more fodder and maybe try to do it again next turn in the future after his shuffles. T-Sphere is coming out for us. That's a fun card we haven't seen today. Choose a card name, reveal the top 3, put all of them into your hand. The old Teen Titans Go Beast Boy teams used to love those. Yeah, Blade, we've seen Alec miss a few of those. I don't know if he's missing those on purpose or what, or if he's just not used to playing the Flash. It's hard to say there about his Flash cheetah tricks. And it looks like they picked another Sinestro Core power ring to off of Nolner's X-ray vision. So he got a free draw. Again, letting him get that X-ray vision is probably going to be pretty ugly. So now they're going to have to discard again because the first time was an X-ray vision, which puts it right back, and the second time was a teamwork, which is going to get that Sinestro Core ring. So Justin Nolner does have a reason to be picking up all these villains. Remember, he does have that location in case he either teamworks one or just plays his own. Hunter with another horrible turn. Just 2 power, and luckily he was able to buy something. These attacks are getting, like, pretty crazy. Yep, these attacks are getting pretty crazy. Nolner just sitting on that revealed defense. Alec able to draw a card off his gizmo for controlling the equipment. And Hunter had to destroy a Vone off the top. He picks up another attack. That's pretty funny. Alec must have had a whole bunch of power that turn. He played a dozen attacks, and I'm not sure if Tim has no turn here other than maybe to Dark Side. Yeah. I believe his hand was entirely discarded, maybe, from just between the attacks from Nolner, and Nolner played all of Alec's attacks, and then Alec played all the ones in his hand. So I think Tim just literally had no turn. Draw a card off Blackbriar Thorn for the Arkham Asylum. Roll a dice for teamwork. It is random and hit Alec, who has a Gorilla Grodd on top for 3 power. Still no other superpower yet for Blackbriar Thorn. It's also possible Justin just is sitting on that revealed defense in his hand, so we know eventually he can do this. And it's possible he just may be trying to draw into a Vone. There he goes, yeah. He destroyed that based on the Blackbriar Thorn. He may not have had one in his hand and he was trying to draw into it. He has quite a bit of power here, especially for as early game as it is. I believe he has 9 power. He has the 3 from teamworking Alec, and then the 6 more from his cards, and he bought one and stacked it on top. And he's going to check the destroyed pile. He can eat a lot off of what Tim's destroying. Yeah, I thought about the same blade. Like, Tim could have had some kind of turn there. Just blow up a grid, blow up another card, and try to buy something. But maybe he'd just rather sit on it until next turn and make the same play and try to buy the supervillain. I don't commonly play that team, so I don't know what the right line is. But maybe he wanted to do that. Only because he knew he didn't have to shuffle. He'd rather just sit and wait and try to get a better turn. Hunter with the funny card, Salak. He had a defense, so he's going to draw off this guy, I believe, is what he's shuffling for. There's his Element Woman, so he's fulfilled all the types he needed for Simon Baz in one turn. His Oracle nets him another card. He still has any punch he plays is a draw 2. He has the Black Manta. That'll let him destroy for playing the types. Can't tell if this is the Manta he played or not. This may not be the actual one he played. I can't really tell. I believe he played the one that if you play the same with 2 types, but he kind of covered it up, so I'm not sure. There's a Poison Ivy attack. This is a kind of a way to give out some weaknesses if anybody has any early. Get hit with the Constructs of Fear. These attacks are starting to add up. Supergirl grabbed him a free kick. And that is a whole bunch of power. And he wants to pick up the Vandal. Notable that the Batman doesn't trigger on the supervillain stack. We made some rulings so that it only works from the lineup. Constantine's going to reset a lot of that VP Glider just gave out with his first appearance attack. Each player loses 3 VP. If you have none, get a weakness. I believe only Nolner and Hunter got weaknesses from that. Everybody else had some number of VPs, and I think Alec May had the most at 3. Now it does look like Tim's going to debate this destroy, since I think he's going to have to shuffle this turn based on the size of his discard pile. Yep, he's going to pop it for the power and draw a Sinestro Core Power Ring. And I believe he has 11 power right now, which is exactly 1 short of buying the supervillain. A bit unfortunate for him. He would have loved to have had another destroy card in Constantine. 1, to just help him get rid of starters, and 2, because he has Deathstroke. He made a whole bunch of power, but I believe he actually ended up at exactly 11. X-Ray Vision's totally busted card for Glider to have. Looking like at least a kick and a draw right now. Yep, we're going to see a kick and a draw. Justin's at 2 power after that, and can still teamwork again this turn. It's always good to run the X-Ray Vision out first, because it tells you if it's worth teamworking again. You'll see if everybody reveals Vulns. You may not want to spin the dice, but since he knows everybody's a live hit, he's worth drawing another card for. He's sitting at 3 power. Gonna pop the detonator to destroy a Vuln before he has to reshuffle at the end of the turn. Gonna go up to 6 power because he does control the location. And there's 7, 8. I'm guessing this is 9, 10. Stack the supervillain. Or sorry, stack the superpower. He stacked his reveal defense from Dr. Shivana. And looks like he's just sitting on 10 power. These players unable to get to that number 12 yet to take down another supervillain. Although I'm sure any of them would be happy to. Hunter looks like he might have a good turn. Or maybe not. Just 2 cards. The Constructs of Fear was not good to him. There's a Mr. Zaz attack to start off the turn. Reveal defense, right on time as expected. Hunter showing 2 defenses this turn. Very nice. One of them in Jaime Reyes that he can play next turn to trigger help with both Baz and Wildcat. They're probably glad that Alec is buying non-attack cards, as that'll slowly dilute these attacks they're getting and maybe give them a chance to get back in the game. Him choosing to start out his turn by destroying his Plastic Man for 3 power and a card. Probably trying to look to get on board with something. That Oa will draw him a card every turn, which is great. I didn't see exactly what he bought there, Blade. I'm not entirely sure. Picking up the location there is pretty good because you have a glider player at the table divvying out some VPs. You can expect to defend with Iron Heights actually quite a bit here. Flash, you're probably right, yeah. Maybe it was exactly 1 cheaper for that. So we know Nullner's got his draw card. He's going to start out with 3 power. And going to go lead into a teamwork on Tim. For a punch and a draw, just feeding that Iron Heights. Once it gets in play, it'll be able to defend basically every supervillain attack, probably for the rest of the game. There's his World's Greatest Detective to draw a card that we saw earlier. This is the card he keeps defending all those attacks with. It's entirely possible that buying this card just won him the game early because of so many attacks from Alec. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, plus a punch for the 12th. And that's a Wonder Woman. Destroy a villain in your hand or discard pile. If you cannot, gain a weakness. Hunter losing his Riddler is probably at least mildly annoying. I didn't see what Alec lost or Justin. And I believe Tim just got a weakness. He's still destroying, okay. Looks like he lost a Grant Wilson. Hunter announced he's playing that Jaime so that he can draw a card off of his Wildcat, and he's sitting at 6 power. Hunter got hit with so many attacks early, I feel like it's very hard for him to get back in the game from this point. He's probably willing to take some very high risky plays that might never pan out just in the hopes that they do. Alec lost a Gizmo. Thanks for catching that, Blade. Alec gaining a Construct Jets there off of his Cheetah. Justin Nullner discarding what looked like, couldn't tell exactly what he did there. More attacks for Alec if he needs them. It's a reduced price, so he'll probably take it. Got a Bane on top to destroy next turn, but it's not going to be great since he has to shuffle. Taking the 2-drop away from Tim is probably worth doing. That's certainly annoying for him. He's going to draw with Oa. They're rolling a dice to see which main deck to use. So that's kind of what that little bit was there. Tim doing a quick check for his White Lantern power ring. I'm not sure if he has some 5s in his discard pile to get back or not based off of that mirror images. Mirror images played the ring, and now he can get back, but I don't think he has a 5 to. Always a bit unfortunate, but sometimes that's how it goes. He's gonna blow up his location for Dark Side, which is a fine play because he netted the VP from it, and maybe he doesn't think it's worth his time to redraw. Just take the VP from it and be done with it. Justin with a first play vibe to put the power of the green back on top and then draw it with Blackbriar. Sorry, he drew that. He played the Blackbriar, but the location is what let him draw the card, not the Blackbriar Thorn. He's got quite a bit of work out of that Arkham Asylum so far this game. But probably this X-Ray Vision won him the game, we would just guess. Dr. Sivana to stack back the revealed defense and defeat another supervillain. This game is ugly. Quick. That looked like a Felix Faust, I believe. Yeah, that looked like a Felix Faust. This is just pass the highest card and gain a bunch of weaknesses equal to its VP value. He's going to pass his White Lantern power ring, which gives him 3 weaknesses. A bit ugly. Yep, a bit ugly. Hunter can't really get much going this game and is just getting beat down while he's already pretty low. That happening would make me just try to do every riskiest play possible and hope for the best. A bit fortunate he got the weakness whenever he had the Bane after the shuffle. Otherwise, sometimes the Bane can be not great. There's another promo popped out in the lineup. It's Forager. Tim would actually love to have this card, although I doubt Alec lets him pass. You can basically gain cards back from the destroyed pile pretty easily with Forager, as long as you have at least 9 power. For Tim, it's basically just a 3-cost kick because of his Deathstroke. Construct Jet's going to make a bottom of the deck pile, so that's what they're going to turn that sideways to designate. Pretty common occurrence for playing in this style. Yep, we see him pick up the Forager there, as expected. I'm going to draw with that Oa to start the turn. It's basically guaranteed that he can hit that. This time he gets back a 3 cost if he's got one, but actually he needed the 5 this time. A bit unfortunate. And he gets to attack with his own ring. Hunter defending with a flight, pondering what he wants to choose there. He has quite a stacked discard pile. It looked like he put Daughter of Gotham on top and possibly going to try to put 2 punches back into his hand with that. Tim picking up Felix Faust. Wow, did not expect that. This is the impossible mode, Parallax. Discard all cards cost 3 or less. Justin Nullner again with the revealed defense. It's entirely possible several people lost their entire hand here, although I can't be for sure. It is one where you'll basically reveal your hand so everybody at the table knows and understands. We just can't see their hands here very well. They're just off camera, so these players, it does look like at least Tim lost his whole hand, and it's difficult to know for sure what else was lost to it. Justin checking out his discard pile, basically chock full of supervillains. These fears, what's he gonna name? We're guessing he named Punch with the spheres and picks up 2 of them. Yeah, Blade, we'll see you next time. I think this one you probably have a good idea how it's going already. Maybe Glider's about to win her first championship. Thanks for hanging out with us today, though. We'll see you back on the TTS soon. Justin still has a handful of cards after playing 5 because he refilled with the T-spheres. And Hunter has a massive discard pile, but I don't know if it's going to do him any good. Picks up the 2 VP power battery. And he's still got 2 more power for a quick draw card pickup. His last card is X-Ray Vision. He could play the daughter if he has a couple punches. I think that's what he's going to check for. Yep, he's going to play the daughter for 2 punches and then draw a card. I think he has just the 1 power from Daughter of Gotham right now, although I'm not entirely sure. I believe he just drew a super villain, although it's hard to tell if that's what that blue card is. It was Mr. Constantine. So, as expected, he drew a super villain. This is going to have him reveal the top 3. He has to destroy one of them. He draws 1, and he gains a VP. Yep, so that's what he'll see there. The other one he has to put on top and then draw 1. Looks like he's going to draw the defense and stack the Blackbriar Thorn. Play 4 and gain another card, which is a Mira. That's fair. Killer turn any way you go about it. I think he gained about 5 VP total. Tim Drake, Hourglass, Madame Xanadu. I believe Hunter just passed, as expected from that parallax turn. Yeah, I think Hunter just flat out passed. Alec is attacking with this Nearest, and we're just waiting on Hunter to draw his hand, I believe. Hunter lost his Daughter of Gotham that he stacked back, which is unfortunate, but probably means he has a good hand. And it looks like Alec May really had no hand either from the supervillain. Tim has no hand. He's going to draw with Oa. He can destroy with Darkseid for 3 power and draw and just try to salvage this turn. Go up to 5. Not quite enough for Tim Drake, unfortunately. I'm sure he would have loved to pick up the Tim Drake. Or just any 2 cards if he could afford them, even if he just picks up a kick and a 3 cost. Hourglass is really good for Justin Nolner. He has X-Ray Vision. He could pick up with that again. He might have a couple other good hits. The power battery is going to get him back his revealed defense. And this is going to, Dr. Savannah is going to let him stack the X-Ray, which he can now draw with the Arkham Asylum. That's pretty hot all by itself. Yep, there's a World's Detective to draw him a card. That's probably his trench coat he drew, which is why he's going to look through there for some villains that he might want. Oh, he has the Wonder Woman, okay. That's why he's pulling out all the villains. He can play 3 of them with cost 6 or less. So he'll probably try to sort out. I'm sure he'll be playing Gizmo. Well, he's going to go with this one first. Felix Faust off the top is 5 power, which is pretty hot. Yeah, that's pretty hot. That's most likely going to get him to a supervillain status. He can destroy a card, but we're not really too concerned about that right now. This Wonder Woman is probably going to end the game. He has a whole bunch of power already, and he has Wonder Woman in his hand. He missed his glider trigger on the Felix Faust, I believe is what they're saying. He was so excited he got the 5 power, he didn't even care to draw the card. I doubt that mistake really cost him anything, and he hits the Felix Faust again. And there he draws the card. Now he's just got 10 power from Felix Faust. Plus he has a whole bunch of cards in his hand and a supervillain he's yet to play. The kick really means nothing unless he's just going to buy the lineup. We can't imagine he doesn't just end the game. I'm not sure anything in the destroyed pile will... oh, he can Riddler. Okay. So he's going to Riddler, probably leave enough power to leave 15 to beat the supervillain and then riddle the rest. This is going to be a couple power for that. Yeah, he's going to riddle into Shazam here a few times. We say Shazam just because that's a common Shazam thing, but oh, now he's in a trench coat to gain something for free because that's also fine. He's squeaking out every bit of advantage he can get before he defeats this supervillain. We think he has a whole bunch of power, but not sure exactly how much. Gonna get him a VP for the mirror images. He Riddlered 3 more times and bought the supervillain. So we're going to assume Justin Nullner won, and second place is most likely between Alec and Tim because Hunter just did not have a good game, unfortunately. But we will get you all a final count here in a minute. Okay, we're back here. We got the final tally from the finals here. First place, Justin Nolner, as expected. Second place was Alec May. Third was Tim, and Hunter, as expected, got fourth, unfortunately. Hunter just didn't have a great game, but we're here with Justin Nolner. Justin, congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell me a little bit about this game. I know I was in here, you couldn't hear me, but I was basically commenting a lot on your reveal defense. How did that work out for you?
Oh, God. When I saw Alec getting all those attacks, and he was lucky. Those
attacks were flowing for him.
They were flowing. I was like, man, is he just going to get all of them? And then even a few other people were getting a few attacks. I'm like, and it's all discard attacks. Whoever just plays this stuff's just going to wreck everybody's hands. And I'm like, oh, no. And then the 6 cost card came out, and I'm like, okay, yes, I got to get there. I wanted to use equipment. I can't remember. You get a pile.
Oh yeah. Your trench coat.
Trench coat. Yeah. I was wanting to get something. I was like, but I have to get the 6. And I can't. And I was like, so yeah, I just gambled on that, saying instead of getting a whole bunch of good, multiple cards, I'm like, just get the good defense. And I was so happy I did because it kept getting more and more attacks.
You had it every time Alec had a crazy turn. You had it.
Except once. And it was fine because it allowed me to stack my deck, and he didn't have a whole bunch of attacks at one time. Yeah, but yeah,
I believe there was twice that Tim and Hunter both passed in the middle of the game because Alec just shredded their hand between green arrows and this and starting.
And I got to do it once to him too because I hit Alec twice with
hit Alec with X-ray into teamwork.
Oh yeah. And I was like, okay, that's 2 on everybody. I'm like, that's good. A lot of the teamworks in X-ray vision really did it for me.
Yep. You picked up that early X-ray vision. So I was very surprised Tim destroyed. I don't think I would ever go for a single and destroy that card. Because I'm pretty sure you already had the trench coat at that point, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. First card I got. First card I was like, he missed on getting. He got 3, and he missed getting 4, and I was like, trench coat's there. I'm like, he's gonna feed.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's. I was like,
because
4.
Once I knew you had the trench coat, I can't let the X-ray vision go.
Yeah,
and that may have cost him the game, or at least
second place. It kinged me.
Yeah, exactly.
It literally kinged me because the 3 VP cards I think were in my deck were Dr. Sylvanas, X-Ray Vision, and World's Greatest Detective. I mean, those 3 cards I just kept, and with the location, allowed me to keep always, when I play Sylvanas, stack the X-Ray, draw the X-Ray, play the X-Ray every single time. I had to find a lot of combos to get that win because those attacks were just so destructive.
Your Canary Cry played a lot into that.
Yes. Yeah, because it got me Dr. Sylvanas.
It got you Sylvana back. So part of your win, you get to choose a main deck or a main character. Have you thought about it, or do you need some time?
I've been thinking a little bit about it. There's 2 or 3 cards I thought about.
Just throw us something.
I thought about the Felix Faust. I think 9 cost one time. Confrontations, yeah.
Yep, once during each of your turns, you may gain a weakness from the weakness stack if you do +2 power.
I think that would be awesome to be put with.
This can't be played with Bizarro, right? Like, that can't be a thing.
It's not always going to go off. I mean, early game it's going to be risky because anybody that has teamwork or mess with the top of your deck will just keep putting the weaknesses in the deck, and you'll get screwed long and slow. Yeah, I mean, it is 2 power each time. Yeah, it's like it is 2 power each turn.
It's 2 power a turn, which is odd.
It is, but you do feel yourself. You get chances of messing yourself up. It is, it's a risky play.
Maybe someone have to play Rourke.
Yeah.
Give us another one.
The other one, Zatanna.
Okay.
Yeah. No, not number 9.
The 12 or the 15?
12, yeah.
Once during each of your turns, you may look at the top 2 cards, discard any number, then put them back on top. So you're just milling 2 a turn if you want.
Yeah.
Which is pretty hot.
Yeah.
That seems pretty spicy.
Yeah, I think it's a 2.
Where would this land at? A 2?
2, I think it's a 2. Because
if it was a 1, it'd be the best one.
It'd be number 1. Everybody would pick it. It'd be better almost. That's why it should be probably a 2. I think the pretty good too.
You may look at the top card anytime. Whenever you pick a hero during a confrontation card, which we don't have confrontation.
True.
This would just be like a 1.
1, yeah. It would be definitely 1. You should, anytime look, just
anytime look. Crazy location. Care about that? A lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, not just that. Play a defense. You can just look to see if you want to actually defend.
Right. What do you want to do?
Because am I going to defend this attack or not? Just things like that, or.
And sometimes you just have a chance to draw a card, but you're not sure if you need.
Yeah. Or you get attacked, where they say reveal that top card if it's what we saw all the time. If it's odd, you gain a weakness. You're just like, or discard it. You're just like look at it first. It's like
you don't need to defend.
Yeah, you don't need to defend or not. So yeah, I mean, it would be a used 1, and it won't be broken. It's just ever so often you could just to know what you have. That's true. True, it would make those usable.
I wonder if you would play a Zayt bump thing. Or is it just too much wasted points?
Too much wasted points, but
it might not because
the location.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about if you get the location.
We're playing night. Something.
Yeah.
I mean, the artwork on the 15 is really cool too. Just like clearly dominating.
Because it doesn't say.
Oh no! It just look whatever you want. It's like
I don't know if that could be.
You can. It's just
no one would touch it ever.
Nobody would play it at 2, but I might play it at 1.
Yeah. But I mean, because
it's a useful enough ability that I could see mattering.
Yeah.
You just always can look at your top
you have
card.
the locations.
Yeah, exactly. The locations are what really matters.
Look at it first. Okay, I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna be able to draw like.
Yeah. If you had 2 different ones, you could always tell which one you could trigger first. But and you could still be wrong on the sense that.
It's like saying you see
so let's switch real quick and let's just talk about Glider again. Glider's been the subject of today. Everybody wants Glider to be up to a 5 because she's no good at 6.
God no.
That's what I've heard for the last year.
Do you want to add that card with Glider? No. So
what do we got to say to all the haters that keep emailing me? Glider's trash.
All right. So immediately I had to pick Glider, and I knew I had to. Even though after I forced Tim to go into,
you have to.
So, Tim's an awesome,
for Glider.
Yes, he's really good, and he had already won almost the 2 games he won. I believe he won because he had Glider.
And this game, he would have had X-ray vision on Glider.
Oh, okay. Well, that was the one he was in with me. He just destroyed me.
Second game.
Okay.
I believe Tim played Glider round 1. Deathstroke round 2. I want to say Glider again.
Yeah, because he had it against me. Yeah, I think he had it against me.
Well, no, that was when you played. Yeah, he played it in round 3.
Yeah, that's when that's when he beat me with it. I was just like, he is way too good with it, and he knew how to counter pick me too on it.
And then in round 4, you took Glider away from him.
Yeah, I had to.
So I think Glider was literally first place every time she picked today.
Oh yeah, she's still strong. And people will probably start recognizing that. And she's, like I said, there's some people that are just really good with her, and the counterplay is just take it. And to tell you the truth, after I kept him on there, with both Tim and Alec both going into destruction, my thought was there to actually maybe playing with Red Lantern Supergirl.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, that's going to trigger a lot, especially early game. And I was thinking, I was going like, Sam would be. And I was just like, I would be able to have 4 power no matter what on turn 1, because they'll both probably
cycle
something. Yeah. I'm like, it's a really hot shit. And then I was like, but this, I've not been Sam has not been kind to me in the past, and I was like, it's really dumped a lot of 1s and 2s on me, and I'm like, just can't do it. It was like as much as I wanted, I was just like, Alec had already gone into what he was in, and everything.
You already knew.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and well, he had already gone into Deathstroke, so I knew he couldn't go glider, and I was just like, everybody's not going glider, and I was just like, my luck with glider has been in the past good, fair and everything. So I'm like, yes, I'll go for it. Oh god, it was doing its work to get me there.
And I think you've won twice in Oklahoma now, and this is your first championship. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're in or his main. So thanks everybody for hanging out with us. We are signing off. Gonna get some food and back for some. Bye bye.